that, you know, there is better money, better conditions, better whatever it is that you're looking for, that you can then settle into a job that can become something that'll be there for a number of years. And I think that's really important, because Jupiter in Taurus is asking us to expand our horizons, but expand them in a way that we're putting down a good foundation and a solid place to build upon, that we can start to sort of lay some foundation stones for the future. That, you know, if we're going to change jobs or change careers, it's got to be something that we're looking at to be long term, not something that's a short term fill-in gap situation, unless that's all you're looking for. But most people are looking for a little bit more security and an ability to be able to sort of get their finances back on track, organised again, and start to make a little bit more money. And that's really important. We're going to take our first caller, which is Catherine in Denver in Colorado. Are you there, Catherine?
I am. Hello. Thank you so much for taking my call.
You're very, very welcome, Catherine. Do you have a question I can answer for you today?
Yes, please. I'm curious about, if you don't mind, two areas of my life: love and work and finance.
Okay. So is there anybody in particular in the love department that you want me to look at? And if so, can I just have their first initial, please?
Yeah, he's my partner. His name is Joe.
Joe, okay. That's all I need to know. Really, really interesting. Has Joe been going through a difficult time lately where he's had to make some changes in his life? And I'm not just talking about the relationship, I'm talking about wider area of his life. Has there been changes with family structure, jobs, where he's living, things like that? Because everything seems to be very much up in the air. And he seems to be, confused is not the right word. I think I'd go more with bewildered at the way people have reacted, or some of the responses or the things that have happened. And he's shaking his head and saying, well, I would never have thought of it that way, or I would never have thought that person would have behaved in that manner. And look, it's not that he's an idiot. I don't believe that for 1 second. It's just that people around him seem to have lost all common sense, is the only way I can put it. And I think what he needs to do is just sort of say, well, okay, as long as it doesn't affect us, it doesn't affect me, then they can do what they like with their lives. You know, I don't have to agree with it, but I don't have to be a party to it either. You know, he can pull back a little bit.
Sure.
It's interesting because when I ask him about the relationship with you two and where you're going, he keeps saying to me he's not sure. Now, I don't believe he's not sure because he doesn't want it. I think it's just that because there's been so much that's gone on in the background that we've touched on very lightly, that's, I think, made him a little bit unsure of things. Do you know what I mean? It's not that he's unsure of you, and it's not that he's unsure of the relationship. He's unsure of all these other things that seem to have been out of his control, that have seemed to have infiltrated or come into the relationship that shouldn't have. And it's like, well, how can I sort of get some sort of order out of all this and turn around and say to Catherine, you know, we can do this, 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 and this, and this, when everything else is just so unpredictable. Look, I know he loves you. I know you love him. I think the most important thing at the moment is just be there for each other. Don't try and sort of put any sort of great definite decisions just yet. Let's just take hour by hour and let it all sort of unfold. What they're showing me, by about September, October this year, things become a lot clearer. And then I think there's a fairly serious discussion between the two of you about what the next step is in the relationship. And I actually feel it's coming together stronger. So the two of you aren't living together yet?
We are partners, but we are not married. We live part-time together. He's in the middle of exiting from a abusive relationship. So, yeah.
Yeah, but I just sort of felt by about October, it was sort of like they were showing me it was the two of you were coming together so much stronger. So if you were living in separate places of abode, you were going to come together.
More strength in October. I love that. That's a great thing to hold on to. Thank you. I like that.
Yeah, and to me it was sort of so much better. Look, it's a personal thing whether or not you end up getting, you know, church married or not. But to me, the union is there. It's strong. It's rock solid. It's, you know, it's coming together in such a way that it will be very reliable and dependable for both of you. And I really like him. I think he's a really nice guy. It's just that everything seems to have felt like everything that he thought that was in place, it was like somebody came along and pulled the rug from underneath him, and he didn't know what to do next. So just hang in there, Catherine. Now, your other question was about finances, wasn't it, Catherine?
Yeah, I was forced into an early retirement from a career I loved because of medical condition a year ago, almost today. I started another job, did the job for 7 months. I was let go because I just didn't meet the standards. It was in the financial industry, which I had no interest in. And now I'm out of work and searching for work again. I'm just trying to find something to be passionate about. I missed the job that I would love that I was passionate about. But I hate having to redevelop myself yet again. This is the 4th time I had to start from scratch again. I'm just trying to figure out where I'm going.
Yeah. Evan, it's always hard when we're forced into sort of making changes like this, but I always believe that there's the master plan that somebody's got in their hand for each and every one of us that, if we're lucky enough to tap into, we then find the direction we need to go. I appreciate that, this has been many times now you've had to reinvent yourself. But what they kept showing me out of this is that in time you'll look back at it and say, I can see why this had to happen, because if that hadn't happened, I wouldn't have got to here. I do actually feel that there's going to be a new job coming. I'm going to say working with people, and I'm going to say utilising a lot of your previous skills, but I want to package it up and put it into a different label. And it's like when you get into the job, it's satisfying, it's rewarding, there's reasonable money there, but the most important thing is your heart is singing again. You feel comfortable, you feel secure again. And it's not, I'm never any good at sort of saying to it specifically this type of profession because they just show me symbolism. But what they were showing me was that you were going to be happy. There was an opportunity there to sort of earn a little bit more money than the wage itself. So I was actually sort of leaning towards sort of like a day job and then the potential of you starting up something as a side gig that, was like a hobby that was going to bring you extra income as well. So again, I think just go with the flow. I think you'll have a job as early as the end of the month. So, just keep your eyes and your ears open and just go with what's presented to you, even if you think, well, as long as it feels okay, then that's what it's going to develop into an amazing job. It may not have been the sort of thing that you would have gone on a job site looking for, but this one will just sort of jump out at you. Anyway, Catherine, that's where we have to leave it. So we're going to talk with Nicole now in Upland, California, USA. Are you there, Nicole?
Oh, yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can work with, please, Nicole?
No, I was just wondering if I could get like a general reading.
It's easier for me if I can answer a question for you because we have such limited time, Nicole. So, whether it's a love question, a money question, a job question, should I move?
Okay, how about love and job or job?
Okay, all right. The first thing that they're showing me, Nicole, is that there's a number of endings, changes and transformations going on around you. So this year's been a year where I think you've been really sorting things out. Is that how you feel the year's been?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. All right. Nicole, it's really interesting because I do feel that there will be a job change, but I don't think it's going to be till towards the end of this year. And it's something that I think that you're going to have to think long and hard about before with what's going to take place. I do feel that you are going to find that you're going to move into another area of work that may be something slightly different to what you've been trained for, and you'll feel comfortable with the transition. Everything will sort of move forward in the way that it should, and it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. As far as love life's concerned, it's sort of really interesting because they're showing me that it's not as if you've got a lack of love in your life. I just don't know that there's that someone really, really significantly special. And that's sort of where I want to sort of sit on the fence a little bit. I felt that you were already in a relationship or in the early stages of one, but it's not making my heart sing. It's sort of like it's very comfortable, but I feel I want more. I feel that this year will be a year of where it's not the time to just sort of accept second best. Sometimes we stay in situations because, well, something's better than nothing. Well, this is not the year to do that, Nicole. You've worked so hard on yourself in other areas that I want to sort of say to you, it's time now to really fling the door open to sort of what the universe can bring in for you. There is going to be some new exciting opportunities, as we've already spoken about with work, but I also feel that there's going to be some really interesting, different people that are going to cross your path this year that are going to show you that there's more to life than what you've begun to imagine or even thought possible for a very, very long time. Now, life is really starting to sort of open up for you in many, many areas. And I'm going to say on an intuitive level as well, there's more opportunity there to really start listening to your inner voice, to the things that are sort of really sort of starting to present themselves in the way that you would like them to. And that's good because, you know, we all have a certain amount of psychic ability. It's a matter of whether we learn to work with it and trust it and follow what our hunches are, our gut feeling is. And, you know, obviously the more we use it, the stronger it gets and those sort of things. I don't know that I'm suggesting that you head towards a career as being a psychic, but I do want to see you listen to your hunches, to your inner voice a little bit more, Nicole, because it won't guide you in the wrong direction. And it's also interesting too, because they're showing me a number of people from your past that you've dealt with and you've pushed to one side or sort of felt, well, that part of my life is complete, seem to be coming back towards you too. And it's like I want to say to you, be aware of that, be careful with it. Some people aren't meant to be back in your life. If you get a bad feeling about it, then follow that hunch. Don't just sort of ignore it and think, oh, well, we were friends for 20 years. Maybe I should give them another chance. If your instincts are telling you not to give them another chance, then don't give them another chance. Look at things for what they truly are, and I think you'll be fine. Whatever changes you've made health-wise, continue on because your energy levels are really starting to sort of come right back up again, Nicole, and that's good. I feel really comfortable with that. I feel really comfortable with where your life is sort of taking you now. So that's where we're going to leave Nicole. We've come to the end of the show again. It's a really, really interesting week, as I said, around the world. Our friends in the USA are celebrating the happy 4th of July, and I hope they're all partying on and having lots of fun out in the sunshine and the fresh air. Here in Australia, we have a really big week. It's called NAIDOC Week, and this is the week where we celebrate our First Nations people, our Indigenous Aboriginal people, and it's a week of celebrations and partying and cultural events and just sharing the culture with each and every one of us here in Australia. And it's growing momentum each year as we start to look more importantly towards bringing them into more with all of our Indigenous brothers and sisters around the world. They should all have a voice in their own democracy. So this week, it is a big week here, as I said, NAIDOC Week. And what I'm going to do is leave you with a song this week that was very popular here in Australia. And most people might know this man, not necessarily for his singing qualities, but for his other profession that he was very, very well known for. And he was a boxer, and his name is Lionel Rose. Now, Lionel Rose, a very, very talented boxer many, many years ago now, but he was also a very famous musician here in Australia. And he sang a very beautiful song that I think goes across all nationalities. It's not just for Indigenous people. I think it goes across Caucasian and Asian and Indian and you name it, and our beautiful Negro friends. And it's called I Thank You. And it's a beautiful love song about thanking his partner, the love of his life, for all the wonderful things that they've brought to their life. And I think we can all do a little bit more of that, of saying I thank you. Until next week, bye for now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi, and welcome. It's Eleanor Grace here, and we are doing a Psychic Destiny show live from London in the UK, London, England here. I'm your host for the next half an hour, and we will be doing some psychic readings, some free messages that I will be giving to you, and I'll be giving you also a little demonstration of how clairvoyance works, how mediumship works, and also how psychic energy works. Now, for all of you that don't know, the psychic connections work very, very much from being able to connect to your past situation, bringing that relevance as well to your present circumstances, and that is looking forward into the future and being able to look at the events and circumstances that really are going to cross your path. And that's what we're doing with our psychic messages, and with clairvoyants and mediums from across the world, we're able here to show you how it works and how we can connect with you. And I've been lucky enough for some of you to come through and have an in-depth private reading with me following our demonstrations live on air. And some of you have wanted to connect through to the spirits that I've brought through for you, and also wanted to know about your personal life, because we've connected so well. Isn't that amazing that a lot of you are in the States? I'm here in London. We have other mediums and psychics in Australia and Canada, and our audience is worldwide. So what we're demonstrating to all of you is that we can connect across the world, across the earth, and that's quite an amazing achievement, I think. So here today we are live from London and also out to you at 2 o'clock in the USA. It's early in the afternoon, so good afternoon to all of you. And here in London, it's about 7 o'clock in the evening. But of course, across Europe, we have soaring temperatures that we've never ever seen before. We're up to 40 degrees here in London. And of course, nobody here has got any air conditioning at all, none whatsoever. So it is quite a feat for us to be able to broadcast live for you today. So, hey, I hope you're all doing well. I'm also going to show you, I'm sweating a bit here too. I'm going to show you my crystal here. And this is a rose crystal. And it's a blush quartz crystal as well that we're going to be bringing you. And I'm looking at some of those lovely messages that I can see here in the crystal. I'm looking at initials that I want to use in the readings a bit later on. I'm also looking at universal images that are here as well. And these images, such as waterfalls, wouldn't that be nice at the moment? Beautiful pathways where you can connect spirit as well, and you can follow me also on the journey that we are going to take during our reading. So I will always look at a pathway and bring a pathway straight into the center of the crystal, and you may well be able to see that if you look hard enough. If you're watching online, don't forget we are on Moonstruck TV and Psychic Radio too. You can watch the videos back or watch them with me live. Now, if you look closely, you can see that lovely pink, and I'm looking at the hearts entwined right right in the center here. So I think we've got a couple who are very, very much loved up, want to be together, and perhaps have got to reconcile a few differences, particularly within their family. Bit of a Romeo and Juliet, I feel, that we have. And I'm wondering whether that's what we're going to have on today's show. Maybe. We will see who our callers are. I'm also looking at waterfalls, beautiful ones that are bringing nourishment and abundance here towards us, and they are looking so very, very perfect. And it's lovely, isn't it, to have that sense of abundance and to be able to realize that we can manifest quite a lot of our dreams, and we can bring them forward. We can act on them. And we can also just take great advantage as well of the images that we see in the crystal, and also the vibrations that we're sending across to you. So there we have the crystal ball, and that is where we are going to start here with our program today. Now, also, I will use cards. I know that we are really looking forward to getting those messages and getting the connections, if I'm able to hear, through to our first caller. And we have Evie here in Visalia, California. Hello there, Evie. You're through to Eleanor Grace. And how are you today?
Hi, thank you for taking a call. I'm doing great. Thank you. I'm kind of excited.
You're doing great. Oh, good. I'm glad you're excited, Evie. Well, first of all, Evie, I'm going to take you a card. Now, let's see what we've got here. This is brilliant. Oh, look at this. We've got the star card here for you, and that's out of my deck here. It's just one that I've drawn for the first card for you, Evie. Now, the star card is about aspirations, everything about looking forward to your future and regain. So I think that you've got to step up a bit with your dreams and really go for it. That's what the message is for you. And it is being able to really persevere. I feel that you may have had this sort of stop-start situation where perhaps you've persevered, but you haven't really been able to overcome objections that have been put around you or in your way. And I do feel, Evie, as well, that lots of hopes and dreams are here in your life right now. So career and in your development as a person. So that's you learning, it's you absolutely taking on that higher mind, being able to make a lot of progress intellectually. So do learn, do as much as you can. Even if it's self-taught, it's all going to benefit you at the moment. Now, the next card that you have is this offer, Page of Cups. In the tarot, this does mean that you will have a very sincere opportunity for a couple, for two people to be together. Now, I did talk bizarrely about the crystal ball, the rose quartz crystal ball, bringing in this loved up feeling for today's show, and a couple that were going to be making commitments to each other. Now, Evie, I feel that this is you, because we have the Page of Cups and we have the Star. This represents you and the man who is by your side, the partner who wants to really come forward into your life and give you a great lift up, bring you abundance. And that's the hearts entwined that I was showing you in the crystal ball, which we were looking at the top of the show. So this is very much a time that you can be really developing now, this relationship. So are you in that position? I'm just having to dab my face here because we are very, very hot. You are? Okay, you're in love, are you? Are you in that sort of really loved up situation, yeah?
I'm in a relationship with an awesome man that loves me.
Okay. Okay, well, I know he loves you, but there is another step up here where you are going to be able to consolidate that emotion, you're going to be able to say, well, it's not just the two of us. We're going to make plans. It's a commitment, and this is the two of us here that is making that happen. Now, the other elements that are in the rose quartz crystal here that you can see are very powerful, because this also represents movement here for you. Just going to illuminate it here, just get a torch, a bit of light onto the crystal ball, if you can see that. I want to go for the initial of M. I feel that it's M for mother, but this is about a place. It's a place name. It's a street name, a county, or a place that you will live, a town that you will live in. And I want to give you that for the future, because it's on your future pathway, and you're bringing together, I think the combination of the two of you is exceptional, because you are bringing both of you into view here, a very, very considerate relationship where you're kind to each other. I don't see any fallouts. I do see family, though. And I do feel that this is really sort of tender, sweet hearts together, and that you will make it. You've got longevity that's here, a long, long pathway into the crystal ball. Now, I can see the ocean here, the seaside, as we call it in the UK. There's waves that are flapping here on the beach, and it looks to be quite exotic. So you will be spending some time very soon here on the beach, and you know, I feel that this is a really, really important time now for you. So here we are. Okay, now I'm just also getting used to some of the very, very new technologies that we have here on our show. And what I would like to do here is, Evie, is really sort of concentrate now onto your direction and onto your life. Now, does that make sense to you?
Yes, and you're so right about the beach. We actually ordered some wetsuits, and we plan to go on Saturday, so you're definitely on board. Everything that you said is correct.
Oh, fantastic. Because I could see all the waves coming towards you. And it's such a darling sort of time, because you will be able to sort of cuddle up and huddle. This is your romantic journey. This is your life. And it really is very, very important for you now to take this step further. I feel that there's an offer, that's a ring, that there's, you know, a time of really getting to know each other on a level that will never ever change. So it's falling in love, but it's also about making those plans. So the beach is there. There is a town. I want you to remember the initial of M as well, very much around a street, a place name, or a town. That's where you're going to live. I see 3 children here in the future that's around you. I don't feel that they're there now, but I do have 3 children. Is that correct? Are you looking at a family? Yeah.
We are wanting to have children. We don't have any. I don't have any children. He doesn't have one either. And I had a miscarriage last month. So it's something that we want to have.
Don't worry.
Yes.
That was a sort of practice run here for you, Evie. But you do have 3 children. You are being told here from Spirit, do not worry. This was perhaps just one of those things, not the right time. You weren't ready. The soul in Spirit wasn't ready. So don't be thinking that this is going to happen again, because it won't. This is just your time now that you're coming into, and you will be feeling, I think, very emotional, but also sentimental, and this is the perfect timing. So movement in your future, a family that I can see had 3 children, solid, very healthy children, a lovely, lovely time for the rest of this year, and congratulations that I'm going to give you ahead of that ring on your finger. So yeah, you can invite me to the wedding, because I predict it. So there we are. Lovely to speak to you, Evie, and I'm wishing you well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling in. Okay. Now then, I think we've got another caller here that's online. Do I have Beth with me today? Hello? Hi. Is that Beth? Is it? Hello there.
It is Beth.
Okay, lovely to meet you. Now, I'm going to just take another crystal ball. I want to have a look at this one for you, Beth. And the crystal ball that I'm seeing here is the amethyst. This is a very special one for me. I love this crystal. I like to use it a lot. If you can see it, it's a lilac colour. It's that pale amethyst colour, which is exceptional really for you. Now, Beth, I'm drawing onto this crystal because I do feel that you need a little bit of TLC at the moment. I think that you need some healing energy. So that's being brought to you. There's tears that are in the past. I don't see you with those at the moment, but I do feel a lot of frustration and a sense of you not being able to recognize some of the behaviors of those people that are quite close to you. And I think it's been a difficult one. I think you've had to really assert yourself and test your patience here. But in your crystal, this is quite magical. And I am seeing that the rest of this year is going to be full of surprises, nice ones. There's gifts that are here. There's lots of presents that I can see in your crystal ball. So there must be a birthday around you or a party that you're going to, because I feel that these are surprises and gifts to be opened by you, which is very, very special. So there's communication as well from spirit. I've got 3 lights in spirit around you here. So these are from loved ones who have passed over, and they're your ancestors. They are ancestors that are coming through for you. And I can see you really wanting to try very, very hard to make connections yourself and to send out signals yourself. I think that you're waiting to hear in your dreams, or perhaps, you know, really try hard to get somewhere with your own psychic development, because it is there. You do have that natural psychic tendency and your intuition is high. So you will develop this, Beth, and you will be surprised as well with how much further you are going to get. Now, there's one lady in particular, I've got the initial of C around her. I do want to go to a like CA, Kathy or Carol, it's that sort of name. She is very distant. She's come in a long, long way here today. So there's a reason for that, and that is for her to be able to here to you and wanting to give you some encouragement. So you're going to be trying to do something that's very difficult, and you need to have support. Is that your boy, Beth?
It's my grandson.
Okay. Do you see a lot of him? Is he on your mind a lot? Do you think about him a lot at the moment?
I see him twice a week, actually.
Ah, well, I'm with you there. I've seen my grandchildren today. I love my grandchildren. They are the most amazing apples of my eye. So I'm connecting here to your grandson, who is very, very important to you, running around and sort of quite hectic, beautiful smile I feel that he's got, and he melts your heart. Now, don't be worried about him, because I think that you may be perhaps feel as though his behavior sometimes is a bit erratic, but he's just full of energy. He's a ball of energy, and don't be concerned at all about him. So do you know Carol, Kathy in your life at the moment?
Can't come up with a Carol.
Who is Carol? Who is Carol? Did you say?
No, I do not have a Carol.
Okay.
I have a Cheryl, but not a Carol.
I wonder. It may well be that it's Cheryl, because it's a very difficult line to hear at the moment. We've got some new technologies coming in now. Now, Cheryl, is she in spirit? I have to ask you this, Beth.
No.
Right, because there is also a lady in spirit, and I'm wondering whether she is actually saying Cheryl's name, because there's 2 ladies that are here, and I do feel that that's important for you to know. So, Cheryl, you will be seeing very soon. It always works out when it comes through from spirit, because you will understand this message when you next see her, because I do feel that this is a connection that the two of you have, and you'll be passing this signal on to her. But you are being protected as well here, Beth. Now, I've got the 10 here of Pentacles. This is going to give you a time scale, a timeline going right the way through to October of this year. And October this year will be a very big turning point for you. And Beth, you will be seeing yourself sort of really in a much better place than you have been. So, Beth, can I ask you now about your own psychic ability, your own psychic senses? Have you been developing yourself or interested even?
Yes, I actually do readings. I'm a medium.
That's what I'm seeing here. Okay, well, watch out then for these 2 C's that I'm seeing, because they're going to connect to you very soon. And when you do your readings here, Beth, I think that you have really got to be very, very focused as well onto how you are presuming that your life is going forward. So this is really an important time. October, very special for you. Now, your grandson, I feel, will just continue, I think, here to be very much around you. The whole family, I think, is important as well on lots and lots of levels. King of Swords, yeah, you really will have to persevere and put yourself very, very solidly into a picture that you are deserving of. And this is using your intellect and using a great deal of your style. I see you as a very stylish lady, very well dressed, and really has quite a presence when you are out and about. People do take notice of you, but there is somebody from your past, an ex, I think, because this is a male, who is reconnecting with you and wanting to show you, I think, just really how hard he's worked. We've got the 7 of Wands there, and it's a bit like, you know, you've been pushing hard here to get somewhere with him, and yet it doesn't seem to have been that easy. Is that correct, Beth? Have you had that position where everything has been, I suppose, just quite tough, and then suddenly you've got this chance now to really reconcile differences and move forward? It's a very, very good time. So is that your story? Have you been feeling as though you've needed to have this healing, this TLC, the tears in the past? Those are the connections from the crystal ball to you. How does that resonate now with your life here, Beth?
Well, I will say that it's not a reconnection. It's an actual forgiveness on my part so that I can move forward. So it's not a reconnection.
Okay.
But it is, but you know, and I have nothing to do with, there's only one person that I'm close to as in the male, and we're just friends. There's no, it doesn't go beyond that.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Flame will come in someday, but you know.
I think that, you know, at this particular time, you've got to really look long and hard at what it is that you want, because you do have these reconnections that are really going to be strong, Beth, and also you will feel as though you can do this. Yes, your twin flame is going to arrive in your life and in your future. And as we progress, we always want to see that we have friendship and that we have lots of life left in us as well. So this is your final card here. This is a 10 of Cups that is going all around. And the 10 of Cups here is just saying it's a happy life. It's a happy life that you have got. More development, I see as well, and spiritual connections abundantly coming forward here for you, and you being able to be very satisfied with your progress. So there we are, Beth. It's been wonderful to speak to you. I will give you Barbara. Barbara is a name that I've had since you joined the show. Watch out for her. She looks to be a very engaging person. a lot of progress in your life with her. So right now, I'm going to close the show and bring in my crystal ball again. I want to bring in, thank you for joining us there as well. That's my pleasure, Beth. Here's the crystal.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for the Wendy McCallum Show with Wendy McCallum. Wendy McCallum. Live from divineintuition.co.uk.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Wendy McCallum Show
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, good evening and welcome. How are you? My name is Wendy McCallum. I'm a psychic medium from Camberley, Surrey in the UK. And this is A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. So thank you so much for coming along this evening or joining us this evening. I'm so grateful to have your presence. So what is all this about, you see? So tonight I thought I would talk to you about guides and guardian angels, but first, before we get on to that, how has your week been? How are you? How's things? I don't know about you, but I've found that this week it's just absolutely flown past, you know. And the last week, it's just like blink of an eye, and here we are. Energy's really, really fast-paced this year. Before we get started, my lovely dad always gives me a little thing about where I come from in Scotland. And this week, he was talking about the Dean Castle. Dean Castle used to be called Kilmarnock Castle, and it's a castle in Kilmarnock that was in the 14th century. I believe it belonged to the Boyd family for over 400 years, and sadly it got reduced to ruins in 1735. But it was beautifully restored in the early 1900s by the 8th Lord Howard de Walden. And it's one of Ayrshires top tourist attractions. So a lovely family day out for you at the Dean Castle. There you go. Fun fact for this week, where I'm from. So guides, guardians, guardian angels, it's all a bit confusing, isn't it? You know, I often get asked, what's the difference? What do they do? Well, guides come and go. That sounds awful. Guides come and go depending on where you are within your development. So a guide will come along to teach you maybe about something, you see. So, for example, I have got guides that I work with for healing. I've got guides that I work with for my mediumship. I have got guides that I work with are different guides from my mediumship, in fact. So I've got Thunder Strikes, who tends to, I always feel him here over my right shoulder. And he tends to be here to hold the energy, so to speak, and to make sure that everything's done in a safe manner. John Brown is one of my guides, and he is here to assist and help me with my mediumship. Now, there is lots of different ways of working, okay? So you've got mental mediumship, which is a mediumship that comes through the mind. You've got trance mediumship and the altered states. Now, let me explain that to you, because it's really exciting when you see it be done or done in a lovely way. So trance is about when the medium moves their mind out the way to allow spirit to step in. And they can be in a light state of trance where that allows them to do some inspired speaking, automatic writing. So inspired speaking is when the spirit world come close and these guides speak through you. It's lovely because you can get some fantastic information, and the same with automatic writing. So automatic writing, again, is when you allow these lovely beings to come close into your energy field and inspire you to write. So you'll find that you write and write and write, and you don't know actually what you've written until you read it back. So there's a light state of trance mediumship. You move into deeper states of trance where the medium, so almost like the medium moves their mind out the way and spirit step in, for use of better words, to allow for that deep altered state of consciousness. Okay, well, you've got to be in an altered state of consciousness to allow inspired speaker to come in and speak through you. Trans mediumship's quite a specialist thing, so I think you've got to really go to an organised event to see it. I've been quite fortunate to go there and see some amazing trans mediums. So in the UK, we have actually, I was talking to a wonderful trans medium the other day, a gentleman called Andrew Codling, who's fantastic. And Eileen Davis is a great trans medium. And then we've got a wonderful gentleman called Scott Milligan, who does trans and physical mediumship. And physical mediumship is about when the spirit actually does something physical, like turn the light switch on, actually touch you, tap you. I was actually privileged to be at one of Scott's events, and the spirit children tapped us on the legs, and they put trumpets up in the air, and they were playing drums and things like that. It was absolutely phenomenal. But this is not something that's just open to everybody, because it has to be done in a correct manner for the medium. And I'm really hoping that maybe one time we can get one of these specialists on, to have a chat with us about it. And back in the day, Estelle Roberts was a fantastic trans medium. And she used to speak, a Red Cloud used to speak through Estelle Roberts. She's got Estelle's got a book, and then there's Maurice Barbanel, who you've probably heard of, Silver Birch. So Silver Birch was the spirit guide that spoke through him. So how it works is, you quieten your mind, and even with mediumship, you're quieting your mind to let the spirit person blend with your energy. Okay. And they kind of do that through the auric field, yeah. And then when the spirit person blends with you, you then communicate through the psychic senses. So that would be what we spoke about the other week. So when you see or hear or feel or smell, it's not external, it's internal. Okay. And I just thought tonight, it's not important really to know who your guides are by name, because a lot of people don't necessarily know the name of their guides, but they're aware And as you sit on this bench and just taking in the surroundings, you gently become aware of somebody sat beside you. And just feel your energy field and notice the difference in your energy field as your guide is sat beside you. And as you look down into the water, you see your reflection, and you also notice the reflection of your guide. And you may ask your guide a question in your mind. You may ask what they're here to teach you, and wait for the response to come back. And you might ask for a name, and just allow that name to gently float through your mind. And just feel the beautiful energy as your guide sits with you at this time. And you may put your feet in the pool. Just put your toes gently in the water. And notice that actually this has got a beautiful healing energy that begins to gently move up through your toes into your body. And gently making you feel more and more relaxed. And you may ask your guide another question. I'm leaving that question to you to ask. What have they come to teach you? Why are they here? Is this a guide? Is this a guardian? And just before you get ready to leave, they place something in your hand. Maybe a crystal, maybe a symbolism of something. They place something in your hand. And you thank your guide for the time that you've spent this evening, and very gently begin to move back and walk back down through that path, opening the gate, noticing the flowers in the fields, walking back up through the field to where you first started. And very gently beginning to bring your awareness back into the room. And when you're ready, very gently begin to open your eyes. Now, I appreciate that these meditations are very quick because we've only got a short period of time on here this evening, but I hope you enjoyed that. And I hope that you got to meet your guide or one of your guides, and I hope that they got to give you a gift that bestowed upon you in your hand. So I'd love to hear any comments or anything there. So please comment below or send us what you felt. Thanks.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Susanna Medium with Susanna Hershaw. Live from SusannaMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Susanna Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
So here we go, my lovely friends. Thanks for tuning in and watching and listening to my show, this show, Susanna Medium. I'm your host, Susanna Medium, and it's good to be here on the Ask One Radio Network, A1R Psychic Radio, and Moonstruck TV. And as I'm sitting here, my hands are here in front of me on the table, and the invitation to start this show was to jump around and do some headstands and I don't know, all those various things. So before I start doing that, I just need to really secure myself here to my table. So by no means would I start anything like this here on my show. But here we go. This is actually directly leading me to my topic today. So today I'm going to talk to you about chicken. But then you see, if you are wondering what kind of show this one is, just rest assured this is about psychic and mediumship world and all the spiritual realms and all the healing and all the awareness and consciousness and all those things. But then you see real life is giving us plenty of opportunities to talk about spiritual things. So yes, I've got the cards. I've got my 7-day psychic challenge, which is available on my website, SusannaMedium.com. So you can do this kind of things if you want to mindfully, practically develop your psychic and intuitive abilities. So that is there on my website, SusannaMedium.com. And you can just download it and have a go at the activity for the whole week. So you see all the psychic work and then all the development and all those things are there. But you know what, let's just park those ones to the side with the cards and everything, because I really want to talk to you about chicken. So chicken, I know there are lots of different even jokes how we are saying the word chicken, but you see, you might be asking, so why is she talking about chicken? Now, I you know how much I love the little stories here. So I really need to tell you, because the last few days I have been helping some friends with their chicken. You know, I am a gardener, so I grow things, and I've got friends who grow the chicken, and that's quite new to me. So I very willingly and enthusiastically volunteer to help out a couple of days just to see how everything is going, and I very safely I was able to look after the lovely ones, a couple of chicken. But then you see, this is what happened. I was sitting on a bucket amongst the chicken and feeding them with the cabbage and the greens from my garden. And you see, it really made me think how beautiful their world is, the world of the chicken. Because I noticed that one of them was really picking and pecking all the others. That one wanted to be the very first one in everything what I offer: strawberries, the seeds, and then the cabbages, and then the lion leaves. That one person, that one chicken was always the first. And then I also noticed that when I was throwing things just over there, just to see how the chicken would react, all of them would be running towards that one piece of something what I threw over there, because all of them wanted to be there. All of them wanted to have their fair share, even the slowest, even the daydreaming one, even that idealistic, maybe that was the psychic over there, not really being grounded in this earth, but even that one was running. So actually I found quite a beautiful couple of moments just by observing them running in one direction, not even knowing what was thrown over there or how many different pieces or whether they would get anything. But then that was new, so they would be running towards that piece of something. And I also noticed that out of the little pack of 6, I had those 6 chicken, there was always one who always wandered away a little bit on her own way, and was doing whatever she wanted to do over there. So I was fine with that. And that chicken was also fine with just going on her own way, not being bothered, not being really bothered about belonging or not belonging to all the other chicken. And I also noticed that there was one chicken. Wow, that was very interesting actually, even was sitting in this beautiful little house, this little hut, and just produced one egg, laid one egg, and very graciously and calmly and confidently just found its way out to the grass, out to that little land, and was very, very content, had a beautiful energy, was very content. And for me, just to witness that one, that this is how it happens, this is how the eggs, the real eggs are made, was just so beautiful to see, because that one took her time to readjust herself to the group while they were packing and doing various things. And I also noticed how playful chicken are and how intelligent they are. So I could teach a few little tricks for them, and then they really enjoyed those things. And I also noticed that one of them was very, very happy when I offered some strawberries and started singing beautifully or making some sounds beautifully, very loudly and very continuously and very joyfully. And for a split second, I thought that's going to choke on the strawberry. But then it turned out that actually that one was very, very happy by what was offered. So they showed me their emotions, they showed me their joy, they showed me their dissatisfaction when I was offering something and not offering some seeds and not the cabbage leaves. They would show me what they want. They would always show me that we are here. They would pack on the door, on the gate, and they would pack to be noticed and being talked to. They are very sociable. They were very sociable. So you see, just by being there and sitting on the bucket and feeding the chicken for 2 days, 2.5 days, I noticed a lot of things. All the things what we humans, we also have. But you see, in our reality, human reality, we are thinking what was before and what is coming after, and whether it is worthwhile for me to run with or behind that pack, or whether it is safe for me to be on my journey and maybe a little bit being off the whole pack, or whether I can be really joyfully sing the song by myself because I'm happy with the strawberries. Just like the chicken, the chicken was happy and really standing out with my own song, even if all the other chicken were not singing that, but then that one chicken was singing. And then you see, in our humanity, in our human existence, we would really reflect whether it is okay, whether it is safe, whether it is the right thing to do, whether I can allow myself, whether I can be that way, whether I can do that thing. But then for the chicken, that was the very moment. And for me to witness that experience and then having that parallel to our reality was really, really beautiful. Maybe that's why I had to be over there so that I can tell you this little story. And then you see a couple of days ago, 4 or 5 days ago, there is a new social media platform. So it's like everything, everybody, like a whole flock of chicken, everybody signing up and doing their own things, because let's just go there. That's new. Let's do something. Let's create something without us planning anything or thinking, or we could have some ideas what we want to create there. And let's see whether we are going that way. And then you see, even when something like this is being created, we need to know, are we going to be the ones who is singing or who are singing our own individual songs, or we are going with a pack and following the pack and without thinking and without knowing why we are running or what we are going to do over there, just running after like all the others are doing. So you see a lot of interesting things have been observed here. But then you see earlier today, if you were there on my social media page, on my Facebook page, on my YouTube, it's going to be there as well. I shared about my mom's passing 32 years ago. The anniversary was last week. And while we are talking about the chicken being in the present moment, not really being worried about yesterday and today or tomorrow, and then us really being worried about yesterday, today, and tomorrow, the other reality that our loved ones, whether they passed last year or last month or last year or 2 years ago, 5 years ago, or in my case, 22 years ago, my mom's passing. But we need to know, we need to remember that love and that compassion and kindness and support, that energy, that love has not gone anywhere. Doesn't matter how or in what way we are measuring time here in this earthy reality, whether we are human and chicken, But then our reality is different. In their reality, that spiritual realms, that love, that compassion, that kindness, that support hasn't been changed at all. It has been the same. That love, what my mom gave me the very first day when I was born, and throughout 24 years before she passed, that was continuous. And then her love from the spirit consciousness continues to be the same. Even so, because she was a medium, I'm a medium, so I don't have to wait for any other medium to channel my mom's energy. I just sit down quietly and then reflect, and I know that is her energy. I either sense it or feel it, or I'm hearing her voice, hearing her tonality and the type of vocabulary or what she is showing me. And then that goes to all of the spirit family, the spirit people. And then you see, even if you maybe are just mastering that scale, or maybe you feel, I'm not really interested in this, I'm a little scared about those things. But then, or even if you are really tuned in and working with the light and the energy, we all agree, we can all agree on that love and that life, that frequency is very much around us. So my invitation to you, my lovely friend, is that whether you believe in this or not, or whether you practice working with the energies or not, or whether you are just stepping into, and maybe your awareness and consciousness is just opening right now, that go with the flow, because the moment, the day before we go back to spirit consciousness, we can see that we have learned something, we have mastered something, we have worked on our own awareness, on our consciousness, we worked with our own heart. And then even if we had to go through a lot of trauma and challenges, at times what you live through right now, face a lot of people, a lot of us are facing challenges and uncertainties. But then we need to remember that love and that kindness and compassion and support is always around us. And then once we are really feeling and understanding that, we can live our life, the rest of our life, knowing that there is that different realm, what we might not be able to measure and touch and hug and hold or hear, and all those things with our own physical senses, but then that energy is very much around us. So sit down quietly, be still, focus on your breathing, and just open your eyes and notice the signs around you, because you have your own family and those energies around you, and then you are loved and you are protected and you are guided, whether you believe it or not, but whether you sense it or not. But then that is the reality. So here we go. We had an interesting little chat here. If you are interested in my work, come to my website, SusannaMedium.com, or social medias, including the threads. That is there, Susanna Medium, 9 letters. And if you haven't had the 7-day psychic challenge, sign up, download it. It's there for you. It's free. Have a really go at it. And let me know how everything is resonating with you. Self-care is the most important thing right now. So here we go. From this place, I'm sending you lots of love, many, many blessings, and see you in 7 days' time. So bye for now. Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Paths
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, Hi, I am Suzanne, and I'm here for a little bit. And welcome to the little time I have. I am on air from Minnesota. Hello, Minnesota. And I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium. And I'm hoping to get a good caller tonight. I hope that everyone is okay after the super full moon. It was beautiful, known as the buck moon, and it was in Capricorn, which is a very responsible and a very mature sign. It's known as the teacher, and that's what it does in our charts, our personal charts. It teaches us, and yeah, so that's what happened a couple days ago. I hadn't been on air, but I hope that everyone is letting go of the things that don't suit you anymore or benefit you anymore. I hope that everyone is learning how to balance what they need in their life. I do as well. I need some balance right now. Bobby from Missouri.
Yeah.
Hello. How are you tonight?
Hello. I'm okay. How are you?
Good, good. You're my neighbor. I'm glad. I'm in Minnesota tonight.
Oh.
So what can I help with tonight?
Are my finances gonna get any better soon?
I didn't hear the first part of that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are my finances gonna get any better soon?
Okay. Let's see. Let's see what Spirit says. I'm looking for what Spirit has to say or show me. I feel like it's going to take a little bit of time. I feel like change. There's a lot of change for you. I don't know how this is resonating, but I feel like there's changes in your finance. And I feel like there was a change a little while ago, maybe anywhere from 3 months to a month ago, there was a change.
Yeah.
And I feel like it needs to settle and make a foundation. But I feel like it will be a while longer. And
Okay.
I'm looking. I feel as if it has a lot to do with the Pluto transiting Aquarius, and that was in March. And I feel like there are lessons in this, even though it feels very scary and unsecure. There's a lesson in this. So I would suggest that every day, if you can get a chance, just to tell the universe, guide me with whatever I need to know, because this is some sort of good lesson for you. And I'm not saying to hurt you, but
Yeah.
it seems to be working in a way as to teach you something that benefits you. So I feel some of that has to do with letting go worry or refinding a way to look at money or finances. And to know, I don't know. I think the message too is the world does have enough to take care of you. Does that resonate? Because I feel that there's a fear.
There's been a lot of change. That's for sure.
I
Big
feel
change.
like there's a fear that the world has not got enough to to take care of you. And Spirit is saying yes. Spirit is letting me know that the world does have what it takes to take care of you. And if you can find just, you know, in your daily life to kind of look at what you're learning, because I feel like a very important lesson in faith is what's going on. Can you feel that? Like you're strengthening into faith. Even when you are kind of, even when you're in fear, you have to put it in to the hands of the Creator and the universe, and say, I don't know what else to do except to be patient and have faith.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I am doing, being it in His hands. And
I feel like within a month things should look very well for you. I also feel like something as new again is opening up for you that is connected to what just changed, and it will make you more comfortable and more secure, and it will be ongoing. I feel like you got like a month, and I feel like I keep getting the initials of W. I don't know why, but W. So I would say yes, and I feel like things will get better and be more secure as time goes on. So I would say you only have about a month to really keep the faith and keep your chin up and know that things are going to work out for your betterment. Does that make sense? Does that resonate?
Yes.
Yes,
it
can
does.
be
Very much
hard.
so.
It can be really hard to have that, but I think that this is a small part of what's going on. So yes, Kid, do you have any other quick question for me? I've got a few more minutes.
Do you see me being back with my children?
Let me see. I do certainly feel the distance. Do you have three? I keep seeing three people.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. They kind of faded. They faded away, like too busy or not really even grounded.
Yeah. It's not in touch.
I feel like life is just taking them by the tail and just grabbed them, and they don't even have time for themselves. But I feel like don't lose hope on that either, because I do feel love coming from them, and I feel like every once in a while you should shoot them an email or a phone message and just let them know that you still love them. But I just feel like a lot of busyness. And sometimes you have to remember your mother. Mothers are important. We are life givers.
Sure.
So I do believe that will happen. I just feel like they need to be reminded all the time that there's someone who loves them and is waiting for a call or a visit. Okay?
Okay. Sounds hopeful.
All right. Well, thank you so much for allowing me to share tonight. I really hope that you have a great week, and I hope that this month goes really quick for you. I hope that you feel secure and comforted.
I thank you so much. I feel better now already, actually. Thank you so very much. What was your name again?
My name is Suzanne. And thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good night.
Have a wonderful day. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, everyone, thank you so much for spending another time for me, with me. And I hope that everyone has a wonderful week. And you can catch me at psychicpass.com. And I will be back here next week. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk with Tammy Petrocelli. Live from TammyPetrocelli.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello. It's Tammy Petrocelli with Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk here in Newark, Delaware, USA. And it's a beautiful day here, which we're so thrilled because we've had such rainy weather, like for a past month, 4 weeks of torrential rainstorms every other day. On the days that it wasn't torrentially rainstorming and thundering, it was poor air quality due to the fires in Canada. It was amazing how it affected our air quality here. And we're quite a bit away, from where the fires were. So I hope that it's wonderful where you are. I'm so happy for you to join me today, whether you're joining me live or if you're watching this later. Please watch all the way to the end of the broadcast, because you know what? I've been doing this broadcast for a year now. And it just hit me today. I should celebrate that by offering a free half-hour reading by Zoom. So I'm going to tell you how you can enter to get that free reading at the end of our broadcast, okay? But if you would like to study a little bit with me and with some of our other mediums who've been studying with me in the mentorship, once a month, we have a spirit circle. A spirit circle is where you can get together and practice your mediumship or your psychic gifts, or you can come in and be a sitter for those that are practicing. And sometimes people just like to polish up on their skills, keep them fresh, and we do that the second Wednesday of every month. It is through Zoom. It is $15. United States dollars, and you can contact me at Pike Creek Reiki at AIM.com, Pike Creek Reiki at AIM.com, Or text at area code 302-530-6682. And we can tell you how to get signed up for that and how to get the Zoom. So tomorrow night is our monthly Spirit Circle, and every month at the second Wednesday of each month. I'd like to say hello to Erin in Waverly, Ohio, the USA. Hi, Erin. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, thank you.
Erin, how's the air quality, by the way, in Ohio? Because you're a little closer to Canada than we are.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Last week was real foggy, or smoky, I guess is what it is. But today is a lot better.
Good. Us too. Okay, Erin,
Yeah.
do you have a question for me, or would you like me to try to reach someone on the other side for you?
Well, I have someone that just passed recently. A couple of people actually within a month, and then my grandmother passed a year ago, and I still haven't got her back to use her body.
So would you like me to try to connect with grandmother?
Yes.
And her name, please?
Jean.
Jean or Jane?
Jean, G-E-A-N, yes.
Jean, okay. All right, thank you. Okay. So I feel this motherly energy that is coming through, and she makes me feel like this was a woman who would not have always put herself first. Do you understand that? Because she is showing me that she is watching over your other two people that have come through and that have passed over recently. And she tells me that one is a relative, one is not. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. She just shows me that she is bringing them through. I know that one is a male, his energy is stronger, and this is a male, I feel, that would be in the family. Would you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Because she's actually pushing him forward, like, even though you do want to hear from her, you want to hear from him more, because the passing was a bit of a surprise. You understand that?
Yes.
Yeah, because they make me feel that this was not expected.
It was a
This
week.
was not,
Yeah.
it was not expected. It was not a long-term, illness or anything. And would you understand this person either being particular about how they were dressed or owned their own business, please?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
The gentleman that passed quickly, that grandmother is bringing through, that is a relative. He comes to me in a suit. When I see someone in a suit, it means either they were particular about how they presented themselves, or they were in business for themselves or owned a business.
No, he didn't.
Neither?
But no, not really.
Okay, can I have his name, please?
Jason.
Nathan?
Jason. Sorry, Jason.
Oh, Jason. Okay. And is there a David connected with him, please?
No.
Okay. I heard that name first. Okay. So I just want to try to bring him through. He does take he is taking some responsibility for his own passing, but he's saying it was accidental. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Because he does say, accidental. I'm trying to ask him, why is he presenting in a suit? Because that's not either of my.
That's him.
Well, it doesn't mean they wore a suit, but it could also mean an entrepreneurial spirit. Someone who wanted to have their own business or wanted to get into business. Sometimes it can mean other things, but those are my two. So I'm not quite understanding what he's coming in. And is there a small
young male child that he would feel that he's leaving behind, please?
There's 4 female children. Small. 2 small.
4 female children.
I'm sorry.
You said that he had 4 girls?
Yes. And a grandchild.
Is the grandchild male?
No, they're all females.
They're all female. He's showing one looks male to me, but I feel like we're going to the grandchild because
Okay.
it's a small child. And I'm sorry, but I just interpreted, unless this is a very strong-willed little girl, I picked up on a male energy, and sometimes that will come through energetically, if they're an assertive type of person versus a sensitive type of person. Sensitive male may show to me as a female energy.
He's very sensitive.
Okay. Yeah, he is really he's pretty much calling himself a dumb butt. Saying that, yeah, he says, I was really, really being stupid, he says, playing with fire. He says, I was playing with fire. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And he says, I am really, really, really sorry. Is this your brother, please?
My husband's brother, like mine. I've known him for 25 years.
Okay, brother-in-law?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, because that's a brother to me. That's how he comes through energetically. And he says thank you to you because he tells me that you've really been a comfort to the family, whether that's to your husband or your sister-in-law or your nieces. He's telling me you've been a big help and a big comfort to the family. Do you recognize that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. He also says he left paperwork a mess. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. For instance, makes me feel like he did not have all of this kind of under control. He just talks about the mess that he's left behind, not just emotionally, but paperwork wise. And everybody is pretty much stunned, and they're kind of just, he makes me feel like everybody is just putting their hands up. Like, what was he thinking? What was he thinking? Why was he being this way? And he's very grateful to your grandmother for allowing him her time, he says, to come and speak to you during this time. The other person that passed quickly, is that a female, please?
No, it's a male too.
It is another male. He may be then referring to another female that's here. He was married at the time or separated?
My brother-in-law or the other male?
Your brother-in-law.
He had a girlfriend, yeah.
Okay, so he wasn't legally married.
No.
Okay. That may be what he's bringing in. He's bringing up the female. I just kind of jumped the gun. I just kind of jumped the gun and thought it was, the other person.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, were they living together, please?
Yes.
Yeah, because it's like now it's really a mess because of having no paperwork and no legals set up. So he sends and extends an apology to her also for him being a dumb behind. And thank you, Aaron, so much. I hope that was helpful in your healing. You're welcome. Okay, for those of you, I promise before we end, I've got less than a minute. If you are interested in going into a drawing for a free reading with me, half an hour by Zoom, you can go to my Facebook site, which is Tammy D. Petricelli Medium. Like and follow the page, and then post on that page, I saw you on Moonstruck TV, or I heard you on A1R Psychic Radio, and your name will go into a drawing. And next Tuesday, I will, I won't be here next Tuesday, but I will do a drawing. So for the week after, and I'll post it on my Facebook site. And this way I could get a hold of you and we can make arrangements for when it's convenient for a reading. Mwah. Thank you guys so much. I will be AOL next week, but I'm sure Dave will pick a wonderful repeat performance, maybe this one again. And have a great week. Love you. See you in 2.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Tea with Marie, with Antoinette Marie. Antoinette Marie. Live from AntoinetteMarie.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Tea with Marie
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Soul Tea with Marie. I do have my special guest back, which is Denise. She's going to do another channeling for us. But first, I just want to say that you can reach me at Soul Tea with Marie on Instagram and YouTube. And to book a session, go to AntoinetteMarie.net. All right, so I just want to dive into it. I have been thinking about you all week, Denise, and I know you're going to do a channeling for us. You had mentioned that it is the 7/7 portal tomorrow, which it totally left my mind, but absolutely, that sounds wonderful. So we were doing a little chatting before the show started, but what else besides the channeling with Lulu? Because I can feel her energy. I know she wants to speak. Just tell us a little bit else what it is. What are some of your gifts that you have?
Ooh, there's a lot. So clairtangency is the gift that allows me to go ahead and connect the channeling with the crystals. So when I touch crystals, I get the vibration, the voice of it, and it's also called psychometric. It's another word for clairtangency, clear touch, basically. Oh. And I'm also clairvoyant as well, and clairsentient. Well, sometimes clairaudient.
Let me interrupt you for one moment. Can you go back to the clair touch? So how does that work exactly?
So I've always had this ability, basically, and I rarely talk about it. But yeah, when I touch something, I can automatically read the energy signatures on it, like pens. I don't really like, when you're at the bank and you grab a pen or from the cup or whatever, and I don't really like that because I can get readings off of whoever touched it last, or like the collective of who touched that one pen. last. And that energy just like stays in my body, and I have to do things to like, release that. So, so I like to use my clairtangency in a unique and smart way to navigate life. And one of the ways that I do that is I just lean into my superpower with crystals. And that's one of the reasons.
I love that you call it that, a superpower. I love that.
Thank you. That's also one of the reasons why channeling is so fluid for me, so easy with crystals, because I just pick up on it like that when I touch them. And there are rare occasions where I just have to look at them and I can still get a download or two. But usually it works best when I am actually touching the crystal.
Oh, that is amazing. So when you touch money, do you feel the energy?
There are certain vibrations that are like not as easy for me to get an energy signature from. A lot of times the older the item is, the stronger energy signature it has for the way that I read energy. And so for new money, it's kind of like faint, but like older money that's been, passed around and stuff, yeah, I can, pick up on that energy signature.
Oh, that's fascinating. I know you also read oracle cards, correct?
I do. And I have a multi-level way of how I do it. It's not just, shuffling the deck and then reading out what comes up. I'm also bringing in the higher guidance. I asked permission from the other person's higher self to come in and channel through me. So it's not just using my own intuition, it's using their higher self and their guides to come in and deliver the best message possible.
Oh, that's perfect. That's how I do my readings as well. I don't usually use cards, but I've been incorporating them, the tarot and the oracle. I mix them together. But it's more like an intuitive reading where, I have the guides and the angels. Some people come with angels. I mean, we all have a guardian angel, but some of them also, if they've been through a lot of trauma, usually they have an angel with them as well. And so I do the intuitive reading that way. I think that they get more out of it that way.
Yeah, and I also bring in other elements like charm casting and sacred geometry with the platonic solids.
Can you explain charm casting?
Yeah, so I have these like little, when you get charm bracelets, they have like maybe 4 or 5 different little charms that come with it. So I have a bag where I have all of them in there, and I, put my hand in the bag and I ask for what the client needs to hear most. And then I place them out and I organize them. And just by looking at them, I can like get intuitive hits as to what messages to deliver to the clients.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. It's a way of being creative as well, because I love to bring that aspect in with my work. And I'm left-handed, so it kind of requires me to be creative in a right-hander's world. So that's just one way for me to make it even more fun.
Gotcha. So you also you work with singing bowls?
I do. Show you real quick.
I love singing bowl.
Yes. And this one, this is my latest.
And what do you do with them? How do you incorporate them?
So I love to work with the energy of the chakras when I do play the singing bowls. And it's a set of 7 that correspond to the 7 main chakras that we have. And depending on what the client is needing, I can navigate the energy. And the bowls actually speak to me as well. They help me to figure out the order of which bowl needs to be played first, second, third, fourth. and also get like the color images in my head because the chakras are, color coded as well. So
absolutely.
I'm playing, and then I see the color green, and I'm like, oh, okay, go to the heart chakra, play that one. And then a few minutes later, I'll see red. Okay, let's do the root chakra bowl and ground that energy in. So it's very intuitive how I do it.
So it's almost like you're reading, how do I put this? So everything is alive, basically. It's hard to imagine, but there's energy in the desk and a mug and flowers. So it's almost like coming out of the Matrix, and you realize that everything isn't really what it is. So you're actually reading everything, including the singing bowls.
Yes, exactly. And you said it perfectly, actually.
That's fascinating. That's fascinating. I could talk to you for a long time. I know we're going to get to a channeling. Is there anything else that you want to share that you is part of your gifts before we move on to Lulu?
Yeah, so I love to incorporate healing in all the offers that I have, the sound bowls, my coaching program as well, the oracle cards, and the crystal Reiki healing. And there's a theme with healing and crystals with my work because that's just my jam. I love it so much. And they always find a way of sprinkling themselves in the different areas of my work anyway. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll open the door wide open to the mineral realm and healing. For my coaching program, it is a 6-month program, and it entitles 3 keys. The first key is know thyself. The second key is be thyself. And the third key is love thyself. And I noticed when I was on my spiritual awakening journey, those were the 3 themes that kept popping up for me. Those were the areas where life was telling me to look at. And I found that within those 3 keys, there's ascension, there's healing, there is blessings, and moving through the energy blocks, moving through the stagnation, moving through all the struggles that a spiritual awakening can come with. And I help to navigate my clients through all those hurdles and energy blocks and help release those so they can move forward with more ease, grace, and freedom in their life.
Wow. And if they want to sign up for your coaching, they can go to your website.
Yes, they can go to denisealamo.com, and all the information is there for you.
Okay. All right. Well, I do not want to miss the channeling, so let's get into that before we lose all of our time. The half an hour goes so fast. It's already been 15 minutes, so let's get into it. Whatever Lulu wants to tell us, I'm here for.
Awesome. Let's get started. She's saying let's go. All right. Welcome all who have gathered here tonight with us. I'm delighted for those who have returned, and I'm excited for the new ones who are catching part 2 of this interview. She's smiling. She's showing me a really big smile right now. The gateways are opening. Light codes are raining down upon the earth like never before. The energies are shifting. Some are volatile, some are peaceful. The energies are shifting out the last bits of darkness that have engulfed this planet for a very long time. We, the crystals, are here to shift that energy out and bring in the new reign of the golden age. Ascension energy is upon us. We, the crystals, are facilitating the energies, the new energies that are here for humanity. This is a special time for Mother Earth and all its inhabitants. For those who may not have known, there are crystals embedded extremely deep within the earth. These crystals are being activated daily. Hundreds and thousands of crystals in the earth that man may never see, may never dig down deep enough. These crystals are igniting the golden age. They are igniting ascension energy to unfold for all of humanity. If you are used to meditating, you can actually feel into these crystals embedded deep into the earth. We glow for you. We emit energy up to the surface of the earth. So when you step, you're activating your earth grid. You are being led and guided to higher dimensions. The energies are getting stronger. If you go barefoot and walk on the earth, chances are you can feel us. You can feel our energy connecting to you. There is nothing to fear. Tomorrow, there's a 7-7 portal. This portal is not only a gateway, it is for love to enter through, to cut through the dark, to cut through the struggles, to cut through the screams and the sirens, and to bring living light and energy, a freshness to all the living. It is a joyous occasion. We, the crystals, love helping out humanity. We are everywhere. When you think of us, we are there. When your mind is somewhere else, we are there. You're never alone. Love is always standing by. It's normal to doubt, but soon doubt will be diminished by the proof of the ascension energy and what spiritual beings are coming forth for you to assist you specifically. It could be an animal form, nature, angelic beings, birds, objects like books or cars. All of these things can be used to help you expand your well-being, expand your consciousness, raise your vibration. You are the masters. The gods, the goddesses, allow love to lift the veil for you so that you may see and experience this for yourself. You, listeners, are not insignificant. You are not alone in this. The golden age is being experienced in waves, and not everybody is waking up at the same time. It is important to remember grace, to extend grace to those who are behind you. Allow love to lead the way. Dear listeners, ride the wave of this new ascension, this new portal, this new energy. Give yourself permission to smile because it gets better. It gets better. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
That was beautiful. May I ask Lulu a question?
Yes.
She had said that we can call upon her, that she's everywhere. Are you a direct link to the creator source?
Yes, very much so. I have come here with purpose. It is no mistake that I was found at a store without a label. No one knows where I came from. It's a divine plan, it's a divine timing. It's the higher power's plan. Wow.
When she had talked about higher dimensions, can she dive a little bit more into what those dimensions are?
She is showing me the number 7, 7th dimension, 8th dimension, 9th dimension. 7th, 8th, and 9th specifically is what she was showing me. Yeah, crystals are multidimensional.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. They don't just reside in 3D, they are, they go higher as well.
And what are the dimensions? What is 7th, 8th, and 9th?
Seventh, 8th, and 9th dimensions are the higher the highest beings usually reside there. The energy of gold, the frequency of gold, also goes in and out of those higher dimensions. It is angelic. There's also celestial, cosmic. And she's giving me the word realign. Yeah. Yeah, I keep seeing the word realign as well. She's giving me like mystic beings, mystic realms, mystic type of energy for the 7th, 8th, and 9th dimensions.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's so much to take in.
Yes. She goes really, really high.
I would imagine she must be, she might even go the whole way to source, to the beginning over the end, however that works. It sounds like she's even from, well, we're all from source, but she has more of a direct connection, almost like the angels or some of the celestial beings. But talking about the mystic beings, creatures, I could talk to you for hours. We are almost out of time, believe it or not. It's already been 30 minutes. I want to make sure that everyone knows where to find you, to hear your channeling.
Yes. So I am actually working on a part of my website where I will be incorporating, excuse me, I will be incorporating Lulu and her channelings. And also, for the time being, you guys can go to my Instagram, Making Life Golden, and I have a crystal series called Unearthed, where I've channeled different crystals and their messages. So in the meantime, you guys can go check that out. And you can also sign up for my my email list at denisealamo.com for updates and anything that's new, any type of events that we have going on. So yeah, we'd love to see you over there.
I love it. And I would love to have you. I do this, but I also have my YouTube channel, and I would love to have you on there and do an hour just to dive really deep into this. So if anybody's listening and you want to find us there, I am going to talk her into doing it. But thank you so much, Denise. This was lovely having you for the past 2 weeks. It's just beautiful. There's no words.
Thank you so much.
I received so many emails from people saying how much they loved hearing from you.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I'm psychic medium John Capello, and I want to invite you to go to my website at johncapello.com and learn more about my work. My career has spanned over 30 years, and I've had the privilege to share my psychic and mediumship abilities with thousands. I hope to hear from you soon.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Energy Reader Mariana with Mariana. Live from SoulCircle.VIP.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy Reader Mariana
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi. How are you guys? So this is my first show, which I'm sure is painfully obvious. My name is Mariana. I am coming to you from Colorado Springs, Colorado area. That is obviously in the, well, maybe not obviously, but that is in the United States. Again, my first show. I wanted to come to you tonight from my barn with my colt and my mare, but unfortunately, lack of sleep, lack of preparation, and lack of time has brought me to my standard chair. Oh, okay, sorry. There's little prompts on there. My bad. Again, first night. Again, Mariana, I am the energy reader. And what is an energy reader? It is a psychic, an evidential medium, an evidential communicator, animal communicator, and an evidential non-verbal communicator rolled into one. So what is a non-verbal communicator? I do talk to people with dementia, comas, autism, etc., to facilitate conversations between their caregivers and or parents and the person who is nonverbal. In that realm, if you will, is animal communication, which is what this show, if you will be about. So I started business about 4 years ago. I've been doing this for about 7 years. I do have a graduate education and I still do have my 9-to-5 job. So that is interesting and a little bit different than some people, but it's a good income. And so that's hard to replace. Feast or famine, right? So again, I did want to come to you from the barn, but tonight that was not going to work out. So one of the things I wanted to talk about tonight for animal communication is to get an animal communicator with animals. And I know that sounds silly, but I have a mare. It's called a maiden mare who gave birth a month early. And so I do have a colt down at the barn. His name is Big John, which is supposed to be ironic because he's actually Little John. And I also have 8 dogs altogether, 5 birds, 4 horses, and a crazy vet bill that I can't pay trying to save Big John. So if anyone is interested in the GoFundMe, let me know. A little bit of sarcasm, hyperbole, but also true. All right, so let's talk about animal communication. And I will start taking calls next week in which you can come to me with your animal. I ask for an animal's name and breed and whether or not they are alive or past. So one of the reasons I ask for alive or past is because they are, they feel very much the same, whether they're alive or whether they're past. They're very often happy and content. And yes, even abused animals can feel happy and content because especially if that's what they know. So there's some finer lines within there, but let's keep going. This is a little different for me, so I do apologize if I seem a little disjointed. I wanted to talk about why someone would want to contact an animal communicator. Why would you even want an animal communicator at all? One is the transitions in your life. So that could be that you're bringing another human into your family, birth, or it could be that someone is leaving your family, death. That could also be the animal itself. If the animal itself is moving into a transitionary period, you may want to have an animal communication with that animal to say, what would you like as your last days? What would you like us to attempt to do in honor of you or because of you? Or do you want us to spend a lot of money at the vet, or do you not want us to? Would you like to kind of pass away peacefully at home, if you will. Another thing someone might come to an animal communicator for are behavioral problems. I say quite often that we do not replace animal training, and we do not replace veterinary care. However, if you've kind of come to your last leg with certain issues or situations, behavioral problems and or health problems, an animal communicator can often assist, with the caveat that we are, of course, not vets or trainers. New pets. If you have new pets coming into your home, and I apologize, I'm covered in dog hair, so I'm doing the best I can here, but my nose does itch. New pets coming into your home. What does that look like for your pet? What does that look like for the household? What does that look like for the new pet, frankly, especially if it's a rescue? Food issues. You might contact an animal communicator over food issues. Has your animal stopped eating? Is your animal suddenly picky when they didn't used to be picky, or not picky at all, and they just are inhaling food at an alarming rate? All right. What about when the animal doesn't know what's wrong? That's a weird one, and that one can be a little bit perplexing, right? Because then the animal communicator comes in, and you have to kind of have a place to start, in my opinion, for the animal communicator. Like, let's start at this place. Can you tell me what happened? Can you tell me what my animal is thinking, etc.? Now, having said all of that, I am an evidential animal communicator. So I come in and I give you evidence about who I'm talking to, so that you know that I'm talking to the animal that I say I'm talking to, so that I'm not blowing smoke up the old nether regions. When I come in and give evidence, it could be favorite toys, it could be favorite people, it could be personality traits, it could be mannerisms. It's a lot like evidential mediumship, which brings up another thing. By the way, I'm a little ADHD. But it brings up another thing, is that I do alive animals, and I do passed over animals. So if you are missing a particular animal that was in your life and you would like to know certain things or have a last conversation or another conversation, because we're all a little bit telepathic, aren't we? If you would like that, that is where the evidential animal mediumship comes into play. All right, and I apologize, I have breathing issues, and I am at 6,500 feet above sea level, something along those lines. All right, what happens when the animal doesn't know what's wrong? That's when we really kind of get into it, and that might take more than one session. Unfortunately, there are a lot of animal communicators that charge a pretty penny, and so one of the things I don't charge extra for is talking to multiple animals in the same visit. Another thing I don't charge extra for is having someone else in our visit. I also teach it. Again, I'm going off script a little bit. You can see I have my little script, if you will. I do teach it. And so what does teaching it mean? It means July 31st, I'll be starting with an instruction night, and then we'll have circle night. Circle night is where the gold is. That's where you learn how to talk to animals. So we have an instruction night with handouts, book recommendations, journal prompts, and then we have circle night, which is where you talk to my animals and other students' animals as well. That is starting July 31st. That will be a Monday night instruction night. And if I recall correctly, I'm extremely tired, a Wednesday night circle night, or Thursday. And I apologize. I think it's Wednesday. And that's where you really get your confidence and where you learn how to animal communicate. Because it's wonderful if you can come to me, but what if you can just do it for yourself? All right, let's keep going. Again, next week, I will hopefully have a caller so I can exhibit my animal communication. But if you would like to see exhibitions before then, you can go to YouTube. It's at Energy Reader Mariana, Maryanna. On TikTok, it's at Mariana_energy_reader. And my website is www.soul, SOUL, circle, CIRCLE.vip. when the animal doesn't know what's wrong, it takes sometimes more than one visit. It takes sometimes a few questions. It's kind of an investigation almost. So if you don't know what's wrong and the animal doesn't know what's wrong and the vet doesn't know what's wrong and the animal trainer doesn't know what's wrong, come see me. We'll see what we can do. All right. Unfortunately, people are often the problem. So I do have to often tell owners, hey, listen, it turns out that your vaping is annoying their nostrils and their esophagus and the lungs, right? So there are things that I end up telling pet owners that sometimes aren't always what they want to hear. But if it's the truth, then you can bet that's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you really nicely, but that's what I'm going to tell you. Another problem can be codependency. Unfortunately, we get so attached to our animals today that we treat them like children, but they are still animals. And because they're still animals and not actual humans, they need boundaries and they need consistency and they need you to be the alpha and they need you to be in charge. And they also need you to know what you're asking from them. I know that sounds super simple, but have you ever met a person who said they called for a dog, let's say, right? And they were like, Pebbles, Pebbles. Pebbles finally comes to them and they're like, you stupid dog, why did you run away? Well, the dog has just come back to you and the dog is now utterly confused because you're sitting there saying, Pebbles, Pebbles, right, Stella? The dog comes back to you, bam. Now they're in trouble. Why would they come back to you again? All right, so let me wrap this up. Rehoming, relocating, bringing new pets into the home, animal mediumship, closure, questions answered, reincarnation, preparations, intentions, being the alpha, anxiety, and I believe that's it. So if you have a question, I believe there is a link in the bio. And we will talk on this channel, though, about behavioral problems, transitions. That could be birth, that could be death, that could be new pets, that could be food issues, that can be when the animal doesn't know what's wrong. People are often the problem, unfortunately. Codependency, relocating, rehoming, animal mediumship, and more, reincarnation. So go ahead and send me an email if you're interested in being a caller on the show for an animal communication.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Bacon. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm your host, Andrea Bacon. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. I hope you're all doing well wherever you are in the world when you are listening and watching. And I hope you had a blessed week and a lovely full moon last week in Capricorn. I posted a picture on my social medias of the full moon rising over the ocean. And it was really cool. So if you want, you can take a look at that. But we are going to chat for a minute about the states of consciousness. So did you know that there's many more levels of consciousness or awareness than what most people and the average person experiences? They usually experience like the three main states of awareness only, which are deep sleep, the dream state, and the waking state. Now, through meditation, spiritual practice, intention, and whatnot, individuals can transform their consciousness to include more beyond that. And those include transcendental consciousness, cosmic consciousness, and divine consciousness, as well as unity consciousness. As each state unfolds within us, our reality becomes more expanded. This helps us tap into our spiritual abilities. So transcendental is when we become the observer of our experiences. Cosmic is when we have the realization that we're not just body and mind, but we are eternal spirit as well. Divine consciousness helps us tap into those, access the realms of the psyche and have more of those extraordinary spiritual abilities, things that we previously thought we couldn't attain. Then they may become activated. So unity consciousness then is also referred to as Brahman in the Vedas. Okay, and we are going to take my read. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that right. How are you?
It's Maria. How are you?
Okay. How can I help
you? How are you?
Good.
I just have a question. I done a pregnancy test a few weeks when it came up positive, and then I done a cheap version, and it came up negative. Can you see if I'm pregnant?
Okay. Can I see if what's now? Can you repeat that one more time?
I done a pregnancy test, and the first one came up positive, and then I done a second one, and it came up negative. Are you able to see if I am pregnant?
Okay. So if something is more positive than negative? Let's see. Okay, so we have the anxiety card that's coming up in reverse. And so that's a good sign. That means like the worry and fear or sleepless nights is reversed. It's coming in reverse, which means it's going to improve.
Oh. And what about, can you see me if I am pregnant?
Okay, and then we've got the Four of Earth. Oh, let's see here. Page of Air, Page of Swords. So I feel like with putting a lot of pressure on yourself and a lot of focus on the one thing can can actually, sometimes it can hinder us. We can hold on real tight to what we want so much that it's something that, you know, is better if you can just like ground your energy, you know, get centered and just kind of like release it for a little while, just in order to kind of have, you know, a little bit more of or release tension. Okay, so we've got we've got 7 of Cups. So there is a lot of confusion, a lot of choices like that you're focused on. So I feel like your energy might be a little sporadic, and you know, there is a card here that does have to do with children, and then there is the Sun card, and that's a very happy card. And so you know, I think that you'll get your result that you want. I'm not 100% sure that it's right now. Yeah. So there is victory and success here for you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Did you have any other questions answered?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Absolutely. Have a wonderful day.
Same to you.
Okay. So so I'll go ahead and get back to what I was talking about. So there's an abiding sense of joy and peace with tapping into that meditative state. Okay. When we experience those different states of consciousness from what we're used to, it expands our world into things that we haven't experienced before. We can tap into a higher energy and take in more alignment in our daily experience. It can really help with turning around any type of negative thoughts that we may experience, because I feel like everybody can experience like those intrusive thoughts. But if you don't put a lot of focus on them, kind of like what I was just talking to the caller about, focusing and holding on so much is actually really helpful to be able to clear some of that energy out. Okay, so your normal everyday experiences exist in time and space, and they have a beginning, a middle, and an end, and they're a part of what we call the local domain. However, your true self exists beyond time and space in the non-local domain. And when you slip into that gap through meditation, you come into contact with your non-local self and you experience pure awareness. So I'll pull us some cards for our group that is listening and see, you know, what the guides and angels want to bring up for today and what themes we're dealing with right now. Okay, so we've got domestic harmony. So some of you might be, you know, hoping for a move or something in the home, some changes, some repairs, buying a new home, or that could also be like moving in with a partner, getting married. And I feel like there's this big heart chakra expansion and awakening. Focus on your heart chakra. Focus on, if you've heard of the heart mind coherence, is when you focus on like your third eye as well as your heart chakra at the same time, and they open up, and then you kind of like picture what it is that you're wanting. And that's one way to manifest. That's something that Dr. Joe Dispenza talks about, and he's got meditations doing that. So we also have forgiveness, and it did come out in reverse. I don't always take oracle cards in reverse, but I feel like it came out in reverse just to talk about, if there are old things that you're holding on to, old hurts from the past. I feel like we get this message a lot, but just to be mindful of, not to say that what happened in the past was okay. Like this could be, previous marriages or whatnot for some of you, and now you're really wanting the right person to come in. So it's kind of like your words are energy, and everything is energy. Our thoughts are energy. So be really mindful when speaking about, whoever it was in the past, and bringing that energy into your present. You don't want to be doing that. So it's more of clearing that out. There still might be some things that need to be cleared out. When it comes to that, if you are one that is hoping for, a new life partner, or to take things to the next level with your current life partner, just being mindful of talking about, the past and bringing stuff up from the past. And if it's coming up a lot, then it does need to be released. It needs to be looked at and healed for sure. Okay. And then we also have environment. So again, this is kind of like your environment, your home life. Okay. Number 44 could be something that you see a lot, a synchronicity. And financial discipline. So pay attention to overspending and that type of thing. And with the environment card, I'm just feeling like decluttering is really good, and releasing stuff that you aren't using anymore. And stuff that's from the past is kind of what it's making me feel like, releasing energy from the past. Oh my gosh, the bottom of this deck, forgive. So with that, it's going to do it for me for today. And thank you so much for joining me. You can always check out my shop at Mind Body Nourish on Etsy, or stan.store/mediumandrea. And you can check out my products, or email me with any questions at andrea.bacon444@gmail.com. And you can check out what I post on my Instagram and Facebook, and that is Medium Andrea Bacon. Thank you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV. Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights into Consciousness
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to A1R Radio, Insights into Consciousness. I'm Anna Olson, your host for this segment. Today, every Tuesday at 1:30 Pacific Standard Time. And today I am going to just talk to you a little bit about some things that have been on my mind that I think may be of value to you, and then I'm going to do a reading on the air later on. So first off, I want to go into why I went into what I do and how I actually think it's a shame that other people haven't, because I have known even people growing up who have had some really significant spiritual gifts and talents, and they went into things that were, it required a lot of schooling and a lot of school loans and things like that. And that's all great. And that can actually really contribute to what I do. But in addition, they never really shared their gifts and talents spiritually with other people. And I feel like it is a shame that because of a, highly religious, zealot type environment, a lot of these people have been scared into silence, and it's sort of like they're in their psychic closet and they don't want anybody to know about them because they're afraid of what they may think. And in the meantime, they're doing something like working in the dental field, or they're doing something like they're a nurse or a doctor, or, which if you can imagine, if they did what their true calling was, would be extremely advanced with those degrees and with those other life science or other career paths to aid in what they're doing. So, I guess this is just my message to urge other people and to invite you to really look into, even if you're not willing to go totally public with your gifts, to basically just share it with family, friends. And I have to tell you that most people are so open to this because inherently we all know it's a thing. And the pressure from basically people who want money for a church, they'll shame you into this, and they'll try to brainwash other people into thinking it's not real. Meanwhile, a ton of the people in their congregation are practicing this on a daily basis to help others or to use it in their daily lives. And people just don't talk about it. So anytime you're shamed for something that's natural, normal, or you're called evil for something where you were just born that way, or it's actually an attribute or gift, that's what people do when they are threatened, or they might be worried that they can be found out. So the people who hide the most are the most afraid of a psychic, because psychics know what others can't see. And just to put it in layman's terms, the most narcissistic people in society want you to believe that these inherent gifts that are given to people spiritually are evil, or they are bad, or they will harm you. That said, there are those who have these inherent gifts that use them for the wrong purposes. And so that's where personal responsibility comes into play, which is really all any of us have. So I could even tell you that, psychics and readers are great and you should go find one. But in the meantime, I'm not going to say you're not going to run into some people who are very toxic or loose about what they say. And that's a balance that the person who wants a reading has to kind of find within their own environment and their own, just whatever they have in their society, whatever they have in their immediate area. So it could be even that, you call to another state to get a phone reading or a video reading with a reader that you like. I know that I only do my readings out of love and out of the light and the divine. Some people say they do readings out of love and light and the divine, but at the same time, they are disclosing things to you that are personally harmful, or they do not deliver the messages correctly, or they are not sensitive to common courtesy or basic psychology. Basic psychology is really all that's needed to know exactly how to deliver a message and what to say when you do get something, or if you should say anything at all. So, I mean, I always, tell people that I will tell you what spirit tells me, and I will ask their permission before I say anything that may be potentially like difficult to hear. But what I've found is that even if I get a message that could be potentially difficult for somebody to hear, it always leads to the right thing. And I'd really love for you to check out my TikTok page, because I've got a pretty good following on there, and I think that people are really enjoying the content, and I really enjoy making it. So you can find me on there at Anna O Intuitive. So you just like the little @ and then Anna O Intuitive. And, I think that a lot of that is just education. The great thing about TikTok is you can like deliver some education real quick. It's some snippets of videos, just explaining, how do you know if you are a psychic? How do you know if your skill set or your talents or gifts are different? And how do you identify that? So I go into some free content there. A lot of other people pay for these classes where they take classes to figure out, what their skill set is, what their extrasensory abilities might be, and how to build on them. But I'm giving you the content for free on TikTok. And so that's my offering to you, especially for listening to my show today. And tell everybody, tell as many people as you can, because I really send the message that it's not bad. It's all good. So I'm going to do a reading on Carla from New Orleans. Carla, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you loud and clear. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
Good. I would love to do a reading for you today. I'm excited, and I'm glad that you got through on the phone line. Do you have a specific question for me today that you'd like me to answer, or a specific topic?
Well, my husband passed away 3 months ago, and I just would like a reading. If you have any connection or messages for me from him.
Sure. Yeah. This morning I actually felt a presence, and I wasn't quite sure who it was, but these things work out in divine timing. And I knew it was a male, but I wasn't sure why he was there. And I think he's been waiting for you. And I think that he knew that this was all going to happen. That's why it's so fun to do these, because it all works together so beautifully and in perfect timing.
Wow.
And the interesting thing is that first I'm getting the message that you are definitely led by your heart. So to keep going with that, your husband is saying that you have a big heart. You've always been so loving and generous with love. And I think he's directing that back onto you right now, like to saying, draw that love inward, that right now your stores are low. And it's just a confirmation. I think that you're already kind of feeling this as it is, but he's just telling me that it's time to give yourself that generosity and that love that you're so used to giving to everybody else, and with your caretaking, basically, like how you take care of everyone else.
That is so true. I do. Yeah, that's about right. Wow.
And he's also telling me, and he's kind of saying this with a little bit of a laugh, because he's saying that he's bringing money up right now, and he's saying that to be careful of, I hope this makes sense to you. I hope I'm saying it the right way, but he's saying to be careful, with kind of a giggle, about shopping therapy. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Yeah. Yeah.
He's saying to reserve your money right now.
It's just the way you make myself feel better. Oh, wow.
It's really fun. Yeah, he's just saying, save your money right now, because he's like, you're grieving, honey. He's like calling you all these wonderful names, like you're grieving. I'm seeing like sweetheart, honey, and just all these wonderful names that he's referring to you with. And he's just saying, right now you're grieving. You've got to watch your money, because you're going to need it. He just wants to take care of you.
Oh, that so much sounds like him. Oh, I love him. I miss him so much. Oh, wow. That's great. Thank you.
You're welcome. He's very sweet. He seems like he's very protective of you, very caring. And he never would want to make you feel like you need help from him, but he just always, I think he enjoyed taking care of you, providing for you, making sure that he felt like a good provider. And
he was excellent. Yeah.
That's wonderful.
A very, very loving person, and he was so caring of his family and his friends and just everyone in general. He loved everyone. Very good soul, you know, and that's why I miss him so much, because he was such a wonderful person. Yeah.
You know, he misses you too. I think that I think most of his adjustment there right now is just him adjusting to not having you there, because I feel like you guys had such a long marriage. It was like, I'm feeling like it was a long union.
We were married for 40 years, and we knew each other 6 years prior. So it's probably 46 years that we've been knowing one another. Yeah. Very long.
So it's important for you to know that he, you know, it's not like he went to the spirit world and he's just totally forgot about you at all. He's in this place where they're basically all of his guides, and you know, there's like guides and spirits and like people who he knew that passed. And I'm getting kind of like a brother energy for him who's there with him. Does that make sense to you?
Oh my gosh, yes. His oldest brother passed away 8 years before he did. And his parents and my parents are there. I'm wondering if he's connected with my family.
He is, and he's mostly being prepped by his brother right now, because he and his brother, they kind of had this agreement prior that when he passed, that his brother would be there waiting for him, and that he would kind of help him into the transition, because he is in his spirit body right now and kind of readjusting, and it's a process. So he's saying he's going to make sure he provides a place for you when it's your time.
Wow. Oh, wow.
So
this is awesome. He came to me 3 weeks after his passing, and he used to call me Bae, B-A-E, just a term of endearment. And I heard him loud and clear saying, he said, "Hey, Bae," and that's all I've heard. And, you know, I've tried to meditate and try to reconnect. It just means so much to me to know that he's fine and he's with his brother. And he really adored his brother. His brother was like, his oldest brother was like a father to him, a second dad, I should say. He was a lot older, 15 years older, but very special relationship between them two. So, yeah, that's great.
So
is there anything else that you're hearing from him, or anything else that I need to know?
He's saying just stay close to your friends. Like, I'm seeing one specific best friend. He's just saying he wants to see you recover as quickly as possible, and he knows that's the best way for you to do that.
And it is, and I have been doing that. He was very big on friends and relationships and nurturing those throughout life. And he taught me many life lessons. And I have reconnected with people that I did not expect. And I do have a best friend, and she and I have been seeing each other more lately. And so that's comforting to know, oh, wow, this is incredible. You got this targeted so well. I mean, can you tell him I love him? And I know are spirits really with us every day by our side, guiding us?
They are. And right when you just remember that right when you think of him, he'll be there. So all you have to do is think of him and invite him into your electromagnetic field. That invites that energy into your space. And we have a lot of control over who comes into our space and who doesn't. So he is also saying, don't ever feel like you're inconveniencing, and he can hear you tell him that you love him. You can speak to him anytime you want. You can even say things to him in your mind. Even if, like, let's say, for some reason I'm seeing you at an airport and you're kind of feeling kind of overwhelmed, you can say in your mind, say his name and say, look, if you could just kind of let me know you're with me right now, it would really help me. And he'll send you a sign and he'll let you know he's right by you. You'll feel him somehow. He will communicate with you, and he wants you to know he's always at your aid. So there's always the possibility that he could be right by you or in your immediate environment if you are inviting him. But your electromagnetic field, our auras will basically communicate with our loved ones. So they can sense and know right away because they have a spirit body now, which is a lot more sensitive than our physical bodies. So they know right away if you need help, if you need them, if you miss them. He knows when you are feeling like you miss him and the grief. He understands the grief process, but he's also saying, give it another 6 months. When you have gone through that 6 months, he knows how deeply you're feeling this right now. And that's what makes him sad. He doesn't like to see you struggle this way. So he's saying, just wait another 6 months. You'll see a big difference in how you're feeling. You'll get kind of more used to this new way of life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
that's true. Wow.
He's very, he's very, very, I guess, support. They know that we have to go through these things in our lifetime to learn and grow. And we want to go through the struggle so that we can get through it and grow and learn from it. But he does not like to see you uncomfortable or in pain. And
I know.
He's saying, honey, if you can get through this real quick, 6 months, just get through the stages, be aware of the stages of grief, and just go ahead and feel it. If you feel like you want to cry, finish that hard cry. The more that you stop yourself from completing that process, the longer it's going to take. So even if you're in public, you can excuse yourself to the restroom and just go cry and put your makeup back on or whatever, and I think he's just saying, like, go ahead and process it because that's going to be better. And then you'll have more time to do other things because he knows how hard it's for you. He gets it. He's he's saying, just go ahead and focus on the things that would annoy you and be grateful for your freedom. He's trying to help you through it that way.
Yeah, I know. Tell him I've did a lot of stuff. The day after he died, our air conditioner compressor, or not the compressor, but the coils in the attic overflowed. And I had a puddle on the floor, but I felt his guidance, like telling me to give a AC guy a call. And I got the tree limb hanging over the house cut by someone. Just a lot of things around the home but you can tell him for me that I don't like being the guy. I hate taking out the trash, which he knew I did. And it's just weird, but I really do miss him. And he is a wonderful person. And that's why this loss is so traumatic, because we had a very magical relationship. And I was looking forward to, spending my retirement with him.
Yeah, I understand.
I know.
Yeah. He's with you, and he's saying he's going to keep guiding you, and he's still going to be with you. It's just in a different way now, and that I can't even imagine, how you must feel. I all I know is that right now I feel such immense love for you from him.
Aww. And I've always heard that love deepens when we go, in our new home. And, I feel the love is very strong. And I do communicate with him. I'll say, honey, I have to do this with the house, or I'm going here today, or, or whatever. Does he say anything about any other family member? Anyone else here on Earth? Does he say anything about that?
Right now it's kind of similar to when we grieve one person. We kind of feel like there's a tunnel vision on that person and missing them and readjusting to their loss. And to me, it feels right now, at least timing wise, with he and spirit, that for now he's really just focusing on you. And the reason why he's focusing on you is because he's, first of all, adjusting to being without you, because it's like you two were one union. And he's also saying,
we were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like
very connected.
Yes, it's like him losing a half of himself and having to readjust. And he's saying he's mostly focused on you. And he's also saying he wants you to only focus on you right now. And that's what he meant at the beginning of the reading, like focus all your love and care and caretaking on yourself right now so that you can get through this grief. Because I think he just doesn't, he wants to help you through this. He's there. So anytime you feel like you want to talk to him, you can. He can hear you. Just you thinking about him causes him to be there within a blink of an eye. Exactly. And you can ask for signs. There's a plant, I don't know if like maybe he planted certain plants in your yard or something like that, but he's referring to a plant that you'll kind of see it when you're missing him, and he'll kind of verify that he knows you're thinking about him and he's there with you. Does that ring a bell? There's like a plant or like maybe.
Well, it's our backyard. We were going to get some landscaping done. I don't know if there's really any particular plant, but
it might make sense later. Yeah. It also reminds me of like a bird of paradise or something. You know how the leaves are really green and beautiful and kind of lush.
Right. There is a plant in the backyard that is beautiful, but I don't even know the name of it. But you could be referring to that. Yeah.
Sometimes they'll kind of focus on that plant, and it's interesting. It'll bloom at an off time, and that's how they're communicating with you. Or, you'll just start seeing that plant everywhere you go at just the opportune time. They tend to really communicate that way because they now have a spirit. It's harder, to communicate where our five senses can sense them. Now we kind of have to practicing our extrasensory abilities to communicate with them. So he's actually telling me that you're going to grow significantly spiritually with your grieving and communicating with him, which is really an honestly wonderful way to grow it. I'm just so sorry for your loss.
Well, it kind of happened already. I say that all the time. My spiritual growth has increased tenfold since he passed. Every time I lose someone, parents, aunts, uncle, whatever, it increases. Well, it really, really amps up the game after his passing. Because, he and I basically grew up together. Yeah, the separation is real. It's, half of my heart is with him. Let him know I love him so much. I really do. God. It's making my day, though.
It's just nice, I think, for me as a reader, too, to know that he also misses you. Just because he's got this paradise where he is and he's preparing that for you doesn't mean that he's exempt of missing you and needing to adjust without you. I've not really seen that before in a reading. And this is why yours is so special and unique. And it's teaching me because I'm realizing that these bonds that we have with our significant other is so important, and it extends past that to the other side and to the spirit world. And when you say that you're learning so much, so exponentially right now, it makes perfect sense to me. And so I thank you also for teaching me through your experience. Now it's going to be on the show and it's going to be on the radio in North Carolina, and other people will hear your experience. And I think it would surprise us sometimes how much our experiences teach other people. And so I just want to thank you for that. I think that it's amazing to see this, on my end and to learn from you. So I'm really grateful.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I have to he played a lot of golf. He was a wonderful golfer. I'm just wondering if he keeps playing, if he's still playing. I hope he is.
Yes, he is.
One of his passions in life. Yeah.
He's with his brother for the most part right now. They go through stages there. He has definitely made contact with other people, but his brother is the main guide for him right now to transition. I do see how his brother is one of the favorite people, because you're saying he was like a father. He's like his mentor, and now he's his mentor on the other side.
He always was here on earth. He asked his brother for all types of advice. His father was a wonderful person, but he really, really looked up to his oldest brother. He was awesome. Such a fabulous relationship. Yeah.
Yeah, they had that life contract before this life, and I think it's interesting because I think your husband also knew that he was going to lose his brother shortly before he did. He kind of felt it deep down, but didn't want to look at that because it was too painful to imagine.
Mm-hmm.
But they definitely had this life contract, and very, very close. They're very, very close. Their connection has gone back lifetimes, you know, like in the pre-existence, like lifetimes, like they're very close. And so it's good. I just want you to know he's happy. He's preparing a place for you. You guys are going to really have a lot of fun together when it's your time. You know, I always try to remind people, especially when they're grieving, that if it's not your time, it's not your time yet. You know, grieving can be very, very difficult. You can feel very depressed, and just to keep inviting his energy into your space now so that you can continue to learn and grow rather than getting into a negative mind frame where you might feel too depressed. And if you do get too depressed, it's understandable. And there's also grief counselors available, you know, that specialize in grief. And to remember that if you need, there's no shame in getting that. That's what they're there for. They're experiencing and want to help.
Yeah. I'm very, very fortunate. I have a bereavement counselor that was working through the hospice that he was received care, and another individual through my church. So I have 2 bereavement counselors that I make contact with monthly or every 3 weeks or so, and my family's been very supportive, and friends. So it's just been one, you know. I mean, I am blessed. So everything's
wonderful. I would just urge you to
sound like him.
Yeah, that's him. And I just want to let you know that he's urging you to continue to meet with the counselors, the bereavement counselor, and your friends and family, and continue, even if that day you don't really feel like going out, to go ahead and just make yourself do it, and you'll be glad you did. I'm sorry, I'm running out of time now.
Yeah, he would be proud of me. I'll put one foot in front of the other every day and get out of the house. I do something good every day.
He's very proud of you. And I'm sorry I have to end because I'm running out of time. I've got 1 minute left, but I wish you the best. And I'm so glad we made contact today. You're wonderful, and just keep going. I know that you can get through this.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks so much for calling in. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. You have a great day.
You too. Thank you. So that's my time for today. I'm so glad I made contact with her and I was able to connect her with her husband. It's good to let people know that they can talk to their loved ones anytime they want and they hear them, and they will let them know they hear them. So that's my time for today. And I just love you so much. And I'm so glad that I could make contact with you today too. Please listen to these readings and this contact between heaven and earth, and take from it what you can to benefit your own life. I know I do, and I know I learn more every day, every time I do a reading. So have a great week, and I'll be here again next Tuesday. See you soon.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from JohnCapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network and Moonstruck TV and Enlightening TV. You know, we're the #1 psychic radio network on Earth. Now, if you haven't got the memo, check your email, okay? So, we're happy to be here today. It's hot here in Texas, to say the least. But we're glad to be here and to share our thoughts with you about psychic development and astrology and a few other things. So I'm John Capello, and I am a psychic medium from the great state of Texas. And I've been doing this work about 30 years. And so I travel around the country, and I travel around especially Texas and Oklahoma and Kansas. And last week I was in Fort Worth, Texas. I was at Billy Bob's, Texas. It's the largest honky tonk in the world, and it's a pretty neat place to be. And so I enjoyed my time there. This week I'll be going to Nature's Treasures in Midwest City. So if you happen to be in that area, please stop by. We're going to be doing a few things there. We're going to have a spirit gallery, and we'll have a palmistry class, and we'll be doing aura photos and stuff like that too. So this is a big week for me, though. It's kind of a somber in a way, because we're going to be going to the old Alton Bridge. That's for my meetup group, Beyond Metaphysics, and we're going to that because of for psychic development. Because to be around a place that's haunted is good for you to be in those areas. Now, usually a haunted place has some tragedy associated with it, and this place is no different. It's on the National Registry because it's such a famous bridge. And so it has a history to it of being kind of the hanging bridge. A lot of people have taken their lives there, but originally the original tragedy was something much worse, and it was I don't know if it's much worse than killing yourself, but this the story is that a gentleman was hung by some other people, and his body was never found, and and that's what started the whole legend of the bridge being haunted, and from there, kind of history has taken its course for that. So I'm going to that bridge this Wednesday, actually, and it's going to be kind of it's a difficult energy to deal with. I've been there before, and I wouldn't go there unless it was something I felt I should do for the people in the meetup group. Especially because these are people that want to develop their psychic skills. So we're going to do that. I'm not going to stay there that long. I'm not going to be there after dark. I'm just going to be there for a while, and I'm going to hightail it out of there. So if you're ever in the North Texas area and you hear about the old Alton Bridge or Goatman's Bridge, be sure to go and see it, because it's a worthwhile attraction. It was a bridge built in the 1800s, and it was built so that people could take their cattle and their wagons across a ravine where there was a creek under, Hickory Creek, and it was there long before there was a paved road. And so it's quite an interesting experience, and one that I think will sober you about the paranormal. So it's an interesting place. There's some other interesting places around here, and these kinds of places are everywhere. But this is the one that we have in this area, or this type of structure is what we have in this particular area. So with that, I want to talk a little bit about a couple of things today. You know, I always talk about astrology, and last week I talked a little bit about the cycle of Jupiter. And the Jupiter cycle is a 12-year cycle. And if you kind of think back where you were 12 years, there might be some similar patterns, you know. And the older you get, you often come up against similar lessons that need to be learned. If you learned them well the first time around, the lessons the second time are not as drastic and not as life altering. If you didn't learn them well, then they can be life altering. They can be harder to overcome. It's just about letting a problem fester. And so I've talked a lot about Pluto, but today I'm going to talk about Neptune, because Neptune has an interesting orbit as well, like Pluto does. Pluto. Pluto's orbit is like 248 years. The orbit for Neptune is 165. And so if you look back in the orbit of Neptune and found out where it was 165 years ago, it was in the same place it is now, Pisces, and that's its home sign. And in a way, that's a good thing, because whenever a sign is in its home sign, or a planet is in its home sign, it kind of flourishes. And so Neptune is the planet of imagination. It has a lot of positive things around it, because it's a very psychic energy. It's a very kind energy, a gentle energy, but it's best known for its negatives. I have to be honest with you. It's best known for the karmic debts that people pay. It's known for drug addictions and incarceration and lots of things like that. And one of the things it's known for is racism, and that brings me to the old Alton Bridge, because the old Alton Bridge was where the KKK took a person's life, and it's not something that you're really proud of, but it's one of those. Well, you never would be proud of that. It's pretty disgusting, but it's a historical place, and so that's why we're going to go there. But it happened in the 1880s, after Neptune had moved to the fourth house of the United States. But in 1858, if we were looking at similarities to that year, it wasn't an election year. It was right before. The 1860 election, when Abraham Lincoln got on the scene, and so he was already starting to make big speeches, and one of his famous speeches was done in 1858, and that was the speech about a house divided can't stand. And so we're looking now at the presidential election. We're a year out from it, but it's interesting to see the candidates, see what they have to say, and what they're going to do with their, if they are elected president. So it's interesting that I hope you find it interesting to look at these different cycles of the astrological planets. And the reason why I hope it's interesting, because I hope you'll look at your chart, because looking at your chart, you can kind of see the progression of these planets through your chart and see how it's affected each house that it has resided in over a period of time. Now, the outer planets take a long time to go through each house. So I'll leave it there, and I see we have a caller. And what is your name again, ma'am? Michelle? Hello?
Hello, I can't understand the words you're saying.
You can't understand a word I'm saying?
No, I can't understand what you're saying about, what were you talking about, planet or something?
Yes, I'm talking about astrology, and I'm talking about the planet Neptune, and I talk about things in astrology that other people might not talk about, but each planet has an orbit, right?
I can't really understand what you're saying about a planet. No
Okay,
idea.
no idea. Okay, do you know your birth sign?
Yeah, my birth sign is Gemini.
You're Gemini. Okay. Have you ever looked at your chart carefully? Your natal chart, your birth chart?
What, my birthday?
No, your birth chart.
I
Have you ever
can't.
had your chart done?
June.
Your do what?
I don't know what you're supposed to tell me my horoscope and or whatever, my reading, and what you're trying to tell me. I don't feel that this is like a reading.
No,
You understand?
I haven't started doing a reading for you yet.
Oh,
I was just talking about some of the topic. Have you been listening to the program?
what, that you were just talking about?
Yeah. Have you been listening to it at all, or did you just call in? I guess. Okay. All right. I don't know. I don't understand Michelle, but she didn't understand me. But um I was just talking a little bit about the cycles of and the astrological or the zodiac. I was talking about the planets in the zodiac and how there are cycles in each of them. And today I wanted to talk a little bit about the planet Neptune, because Neptune is in the same position in the United States chart as it was in 1858, and so there are some similarities that are going on, and we want to look at those similarities and see what we can learn from the past. That's the reason why we look at different cycles. So so hopefully we'll get Michelle back and we can kind of connect on an intellectual basis. She says she's a Gemini, and there's a lot going on with Gemini right now, and especially with that Saturn aspect that's affecting all the mutable signs. And I'm sorry if I'm talking too much about astrological terms. I'm trying to educate everybody on them as we go along, but it's hard to do in a 30-minute program once a week. So maybe I have to offer an online course and have you join me for that online course. So hopefully we'll get Michelle back. If we don't, hopefully we'll get another caller, and maybe we'll just do a psychic reading for them. But I don't know. I'm not sure if Michelle couldn't understand what I was saying as far as talking, my articulating, or if it was the topic that she couldn't understand. So Georgia, we have Georgia calling from Dallas, Texas. So Georgia, are you there?
I am here, yes.
How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Fine, fine. Georgia, is there anything going on in a relationship right now that you're kind of concerned about?
Um, it's kind of complicated, yeah.
It's complicated, okay. Because it seems to me like you've been kind of hanging on, going in and out of that relationship, and it looks like you're going to try to continue it, but I feel like there's going to be a time when you get tired of it being complicated. Does that make any sense?
It does, yes.
Okay. Do you have a specific question for me?
I really don't know.
Okay. Okay. Uh, I feel like we're having this really hot weather today. It's a little bit cooler today for some reason. I don't know what's going on, but Georgia, it seems to me that you're a very matter of fact person. You're kind of a no nonsense person. Does that make sense?
I can be, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, it just seems to me that generally, like when you have your business hat on, you like to do things by the numbers, or you like everything by the facts. Is that right?
That's true. I'm a nurse. That's how we work.
You're a nurse, okay. So as a nurse, you like to follow the rules, and you like to follow, whatever is necessary to take care of things. But it just seems to me, in the area of relationships, you have a huge heart, and I don't know. Sometimes I feel like people walk on it. Is that right?
That's probably accurate. Yes.
Okay, all right. So are you in a hospital, or you have a general practice, or what? Because I just feel like you might be in a hospital setting, and I don't know. Do you handle the infants, or are you in the maternity ward?
I am in a hospital, and I work with individuals that have developmental disabilities. So some of them are kind of, yeah.
Okay, I don't know why I'm just seeing innocence around you. I'm seeing people who have an innocence around them, and so that's very noble of you to help those that may be challenged in that area. So Georgia, what is your birth sign?
Aquarius.
You're Aquarius. Oh, you like me, huh? Okay. Well, with Aquarius, with this Pluto ending its cycle in Capricorn, it's going to be hitting us and the fixed signs very soon. And well, it's already hit us once, but it's going to come back around and be with us for the next 15, 20 years, it looks like. So it means that a major transformation is going to happen. And so where you're at now is just the ground floor of where you're going to be. You're going to start a gradual change, a gradual transformation. So it seems to me that this gradual change is going to take you from where you are to maybe working on a different floor, or maybe even preparing to retire by the end of this particular transit. So it just seems to me that you're a very hard worker, and you work long hours. Is that right?
That's, yes.
Okay. All right. So also, do you have a father in spirit?
No.
Okay. Are you close to your dad then?
No.
You're not? Okay. Because there's a male entity around you. And if this isn't dad, it might be granddad. But there's a male spirit around you, and I'm just trying to figure out who he is. So do you have a male in spirit that you were close to?
My grandfather's in spirit. Yes.
Okay, well then I'm going to take him, because it just seems like he was kind of like a father figure to you. Is that right?
Yeah, we were really close.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to take it. So dad, your natural dad, unfortunately, was not as close to you as you would like him to be. But I do want you to know your grandfather's here, and he wants to be supportive of you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you very much for your call, and hopefully we'll meet someday. I'm in the Dallas area, so take care. Bye bye.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. So we have another Michelle, and she's from Canada. So Michelle, are you
Hi.
there?
Yeah,
Hello.
hi, how are you?
Fine. How are you? Okay.
I'm good.
So in a way, I got to pick up where I left off. Are there any issues going on with you and your dad, or is your dad in spirit?
No, no, not my dad. My
But
husband.
your husband's in spirit. Okay. Because it just seemed, I don't know, I just feel like you had a lot of respect for him. Did you?
Yes.
Okay. Because,
Yes, I did.
hopefully we have a lot of respect for our dads too. But it just seems like this is a man that you had a great deal of respect for, and he may have gotten ill and became very reclusive. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes, it does.
Okay. So it just seemed like he wanted his privacy, and he got to the point to where he wasn't able to really, I don't know, he might not have been able to communicate, but were you there? Just seemed like you were always there for him and took care of his needs.
Always.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yes,
So
it is.
I want you to know, he's here, and he just sends his love to you, and wants you to know how much he wants to thank you. Now he's with a woman. He might be with his mother. Was he close to his mother?
His grandmother.
His grandmother. Okay.
He's close with his
Because he's
mom, but
with,
his grandmother's in spirit. Yes.
okay, because the woman is with him, and he just seems to be very happy with her being with him, and so they are. They just seem to be growing together in spirit, and they're looking over everyone that was left behind. Now, has he been in spirit just fairly recently, a couple of years, or what?
It's been 3 years.
A year, just a year, okay. Because it doesn't feel
3
like
years.
it's really
3 years.
been. Oh, 3
3.
years, okay.
It's been
It
3.
doesn't feel like it's been that long, and so it feels like you still really miss him, and it
Very
feels
much.
like you had a very good relationship, because he's indicating to me that he felt a little cheated that he didn't have more time with you, and it feels like you feel the same way. So
Yes.
so Michelle, do you have any questions for him or anything?
I I just want to know if he's around us. If he's with me all the time.
He is, and so is his grandmother's. They're there. They're kind of watching things. Now, do you have a dog in spirit as well?
Yes, we do. Yes.
Okay, because he's with the dog,
Yes.
and this dog is really happy to be here today. So
Okay.
I want you to know that they are with you. Now, do you have 2 or 3 children?
I have 3.
3 children? Okay. Because he watches over them as well. And it just seems like the family has rallied around you since he's passed away, and that he's really happy and proud of all of you for sticking together the way that you have. Okay.
Is there anything that he shows me to look for? No, it's him.
To look for? Okay. Do you, by any chance, like to
Fine.
sit and look out the window of your home?
Yep.
Do what?
Yep, I do a lot. I
Okay,
do a lot. Yes.
because he sits with you, and because it just seems like you like to have that quiet time near the window, looking outside. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So hopefully that's some good validation for you.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. All right.
I
Well,
appreciate
thank you.
that.
So
Thank you very much. You have a good day.
you're welcome. You too. So one of the things I wanted to tell you about today was that um, if you become a member of our meetup group, and I know that this is a worldwide audience on all over the earth, and you may not be able to join the meetup group, but we're going to be having some kind of out of the box participation points, and each time you go to a meetup, you get some points, and those points will add up, and you get a thank you gift at the end of the year, and then the points start all over again. So this year we have a very special thing that we're going to be giving away at the end of the year if everybody meets the points. So we have this special cup. Okay, I don't know if you can see it too well. So this cup, it has it says thank you, on it, and so we're going to see if I can show that to you. So if you put some coffee in it, and it just looks back at you and says thank you, so if you put some tea in it, it also says thank you. And then if you put some vodka in it, it says thank you. So 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 it's very nice. And someone across the way says hello and how are you, and you're looking good, and you can always hold up the cup, and you can just say thank you. So it's a very, very special cup, and I know what you're thinking. I know you're thinking it's pretty fancy. But that's just the way we do things here, and so it's a good reason to join the meetup group, Beyond Metaphysics. I hope that you'll do that if you're in the Dallas area, and that you'll come by and come and participate with some of our events that we have in the Dallas Fort Worth area. So it's fun. So I did have another topic that I wanted to discuss today because I want to continue to talk a little bit about mediumship. And mediumship is has so many different facets to it, and I hope to be completing a book on it sometime soon. I've been procrastinating on it. I pretty much have all the material, but I just need to put it together. And one of the areas that I discuss around people when it comes to mediumship is an entity called jinns. Okay, now a lot of people might not know what a jinn is, and it might be like me talking Greek again to somebody. but jinns are very much a historical group of beings, and they have been recognized by the Muslim faith. And when you talk about angels, you have to talk about it from different traditions: the Jewish tradition, the Christian tradition, and the Muslim tradition, because all of those entities believe in angels, and they have just a little bit. They add their own mark to them. The only one, however, that talks about the jinn is the Muslim faith, and I feel like it's pretty significant because if you don't know anything about jinns, then you can kind of you've had the experience of seeing genies in a bottle, and rubbing the bottle and then having the genie come out and offering 3 wishes, and it always turns out bad, for the person that does the wishes, and that's kind of the way a jinn does things. A jinn may fool you. A jinn can be even an individual who you might have highly trusted for many years, and then when you actually trusted them with maybe money or some other type of responsibility, and they suddenly saw an opportunity to take advantage of you, and you were shocked at first, and then you were very disappointed that they acted that way. So that's the way a jinn is. A jinn is kind of half man, half angel, and they're on the evil side. Okay, and so I hope you've never encountered any jinns. I know I have, and I've been disappointed with some people in my life, but I just say, man, they must have been jinns because I thought I was pretty close to them, and suddenly they flipped on me, and they became someone completely different, and I was just shocking. And I think we've all met people like that, but I know I've met a few of them, and some of them come across me when I do readings, and I'm always amazed at it. So I see some jinns that are trying to make their lives better and make amends for some of the silly things they've done, but a lot of them don't. And so I wanted to bring that up to you today about jinns. So we're getting ready to wrap up the program, so I want to be sure to say something good about Miracles of Joy. They're our sponsor for this month, and we're just delighted to have them be a part of our program. Use their promo code PS0223 on their online store and get a 25% discount. And be sure to buy a lot of stuff. So we're happy to be here on the Psychic Radio Network. We're here every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. And we want you to like our Facebook page. Go to John Capello Psychic on Facebook and like our page. And we're going to be doing a lot more stuff the rest of the year. So I hope that you'll keep up with us and always be a part of us on Tuesdays here on the Psychic Radio Network. So long for now. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope you've had an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours. It's always interesting, isn't it, as we start to see the change of the seasons and, you know, people in the Northern Hemisphere are heading towards their summer and sort of outdoors and barbecues and spending time out with family and friends in the sunshine and just really enjoying and loving life. Here in Australia, we're all hunkering down because it's heading into the colder months of the year. And for many of us like me that don't particularly like the cold, I find this is a time when I really want to sort of hibernate and not do anything much because it's too cold. But anyway, enough of my grizzling about the weather. The Simply Tarot card of the week this week is the Devil card. Now, the Devil card's one of those ambiguous cards that my students always used to shudder when this card came out in a reading. And I used to say to them, now, hang on a minute, don't be so upset by seeing the Devil card. Yes, it can be jealousy or trouble, but most of the time we don't have a lot of jealousy or trouble in our lives. It's usually more the secondary meaning, being able to break the chains that are binding you or holding you back. Now, many times in our lives, we're our own worst enemy. We say, I can't do this, I can't do that, I haven't got the capabilities. Instead of saying, I haven't found a solution yet, or maybe I'm lacking a little bit of confidence in my decision making or my ability to achieve a goal. So then we are able to break the chains that are binding us or holding us back. And we're all guilty of that. I'm no different to anybody else. We can all sit there and say, oh, well, I'll do that tomorrow, or I haven't got enough information, or I haven't got enough money, or whatever the case may be. So again, it's a card of, in a sense, of procrastination, of we are able to break those chains that are binding us or holding us back, and we will be able to move forward once we do that. So it's a card of positivity in a sense, but yes, occasionally it does mean jealousy or trouble. We don't escape life where we don't have issues or situations that we need to sort out from time to time. But more times than enough, it's the restrictions or the limitations that we're placing on ourselves. So I want you to think about that next time the Devil card comes out in a reading for you. What are you avoiding? What are you holding yourself back on? What are you preventing from coming into your life because of a little bit of fear? So maybe this week's mantra should be, we're going to overcome our fears and try something new, throw caution to the wind, do something different this week. So that's the Devil card. Okay, so we're going to be working now with the astrology section of the week, and I get lots of messages each week in my inbox about how helpful these segments become, that people sort of really even if they don't catch the show live, they go back and watch it on one of the many, many areas of devices that you can catch up with us on, Spotify and all those different things, you know, Alexia, all those things, too many to mention here. So this week the sun is still in Gemini. He's about halfway through his little trek through Gemini for the year. I always find it quite exciting when the sun moves into Gemini, because I feel it gives us all, each and every one of the 12 star signs, a little bit of a fresh approach. It gives us something to sort of get excited about. The ideas start to flow a little bit more. Some people find that they have trouble sleeping during the Gemini cycle because their mind is so active that they're sort of flitting from one situation to another in their mind, and they're not able to still their mind to go to sleep of a night. I don't have that problem, fortunately, but for many people they do. So it's sort of one of those things that, you know, you need to find the ways to calm your mind down. You know, a lot of people talk about don't watch television or play on your device half an hour before going to bed, get yourself into a routine. Maybe they're all good things to do, but you've got to find what works for you. But I find it's a time of brilliant ideas. We're literally halfway through the year. We're starting to see some of the situations or some of our aspirations or our goals that we set at the beginning of the year with our New Year's resolutions are either taking shape we've had to modify them, or we've thrown them out the window and replaced them with a new set of ideas and aspirations for the remaining part of the year. So whichever one suits you, it's okay. It's a personal thing. You don't always have to achieve everything you set out in your New Year's resolutions. If we all did that, wouldn't life be boring, because everything would be so predictable. We need to be flexible. We need to be able to work with change, and that's what the Gemini energy is asking us to do, is to be flexible, listen to new ideas, don't rule anything out, give it some airtime. If it's no good, then chuck it out. If it's good, put it in the pile of I'll deal with it later, and it might be something that's really exciting that we want to move forward with now. So the next part of the astrology section is we've got a real focus on Taurus at the moment. Now, I don't just want to say this is for Tauruses, Virgos, Capricorns and Scorpios. I want this to relate to each and every star sign this week, because I think it applies to all of us. It doesn't matter what your star sign is. At the moment, we've got real tremendous opportunities with communication. We've got Mercury, the planet of communication, is holding hands or conjunct Uranus, the planet of the unusual and the unexpected. Now, the reasons why I'm saying this applies to each and every one of us is that we can have some real light bulb moments. Feeding off that Gemini sun, we've got communication coming in thick and strong. We've got ideas coming out of nowhere. We've got opportunities there to speak up, talk about things that maybe that we haven't had an opportunity to do before. This is the perfect time if you want to try and sort out a family squabble, if you want to sort of ask for a raise, if you've sort of something that you need to get off your chest, something you need to explore or research, anything that's connected with communication, now is the perfect time. We could see some major opportunities or some major breakthroughs coming through here, and I don't want to see everybody waste this. You know, not everybody's going to have something major or new on the horizon. Other people might just have something simple, like I've been meaning to make that phone call, now's the day I'm going to do it. And by doing it, you're going to be pleasantly surprised. You've been on the other person's mind. They've been trying to make enough time to get around to call you. And it's just, you know, it ends up being a really uplifting conversation. It's a time when we can really, really clear the air. And that's the important thing. The other part of the Taurian energy this week that I want to focus on, that also applies to all of us, is that we all have the opportunity now to find the way forward in our lives, because we've got the moon's node, which is not a planet, which is showing us where we should be aspiring to, what we should be aspiring to achieve, is conjunct or holding hands Jupiter, the planet of expansion, opportunity, luck, bringing in much better opportunities for us. So we all have the opportunity to maybe sort of sit down and give it a little bit of thought and look at what it is that we're hoping to achieve. What are we trying to achieve? What have we been working hard on? The only downside to this is Jupiter in Taurus can also sort of expand our waistline. So this is not the time that if you're going out for a bite to eat, to have that second dessert or have that extra slice of pizza. It is a time of sort of saying, now hang on a minute, I have had enough. Having another piece is just because I want to, not because my body needs it or I need the fuel. It's just would be nice to have. So be aware of that, because it can spark things in people that might not necessarily have what we call an addiction, but have a fancy to something, and, you know, more inclined to put a lolly or a candy in your mouth more often than what you would, or have that extra soda or something like that. Just be aware. Don't, you know, put too much sugar or too much fatty foods into your body over the next couple of weeks, because it will be tempting. It's almost like that you're oblivious to what you're doing. Oh, well, I didn't realise I had that much. Well, just be a little bit more aware of what is actually happening around you. But that's just the one little warning. But on the upside of the Taurus energy here is with Jupiter and the North Node, is that we have the opportunity now to make hay while the sun shines. By that I mean we have an opportunity to bring in some really, really good opportunities. People are listening, you know, with the planetary configurations, with Mercury conjunct Uranus in Taurus, and then you've got the North Node at the other end of the Taurian energy conjunct Jupiter. You've got time where people are really starting to focus, people are starting to listen. This is a great time if you want to do a pitch or do a presentation, because people really are going to be receptive to it. And, you know, they may even come up with some constructive ideas or suggestions that could even make the opportunity that you're presenting or the pitch that you're going for even better than what you thought. We have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is conjunct Mars in Leo. For those people that are seeking or looking for love, this is a perfect week for stepping out there, strutting your stuff, sort of putting your best foot forward. You know, when any time a planet's in Leo, I think of, you know, we all need to be on the stage and perform. Now, this is not just applying to Leos. This is every single star sign. If you're seeking love, then you've got to get out. You've got to strut your stuff. You've got to go somewhere different. Go to things that are connected with entertainment, things that make people smile, things that make you happy. It's not the time to do something that's a solo situation. It's the time to go out to that concert, go to the nightclub, go somewhere where there's lots of people, you know, the jazz festival in the park, you know, get out and about, meet people sort of, you know, but make sure that you put your best foot forward. Make sure that you really are presenting the best possible you. And when you do meet people, be friendly, be open, have a conversation, say it's a nice day, I hope you're having a great time, whatever the case may be. Sometimes it just takes that little bit of extra effort from our part to start up a conversation with somebody, and that's what then starts the opportunity that we could get to know somebody and potentially they could be our new love interest. We still have Saturn, the planet of discipline and restriction, still sitting in Pisces. So for all our darling little Pisceans, Cancers and Scorpios, it's a time of a little bit of restriction here. It's also a little bit of time of restriction for Virgos as well. You might be feeling as if you're sitting on your hands. You've got so many projects you want to get off the ground, but for some reason nothing sort of is starting to move. Maybe you just need to learn patience. Maybe that's what the lesson is here, is that you need to learn patience. Go back over your facts and figures. Make sure you've got all your ducks in a row. Make sure that everything that you need to do to be prepared for what you're hoping to bring into your life, whether it's a new job or whatever the situation may be, is as prepared as it can possibly be. Sometimes we sit there and say we want this and we want that, but we haven't really done the homework or the work that's required to get this across the line. So this is the time to go back and double check that. Particularly if you're one of those 4 star signs that I mentioned, money might seem a little bit tight at the moment, might seem as if there's not enough to go around. This is a good time to look at your budget, look at things and ask yourself, what are the things that I can cut out of my life that really are obsolete or I don't need? What am I wasting money on? And, you know, it's a good time to clean out the closet and things like that too. Sometimes by just reorganising our personal space, that also flows into other areas of our lives, because we show the universe that we really are keen, we really are ready for change, and we are ready to organise things and bring things up to speed. We also have Neptune, the planet of illusion and delusion, but I like to look at Neptune as being more the creative side of things. Neptune is still going through the final stages of being in Pisces. It's really sort of ramping up some creative juices there. So if you are a Pisces, Scorpio or a Cancer or a Virgo, this is the time to get your creative hat out of the closet. Start to work with it. You know, there may be some creative solutions which may have nothing to do with finances. It may just be that you want to be around people that make your heart sing, and that's fine too. It's a time when, you know, you might find that you're losing yourself in a soppy movie that you're normally that way, but it's making your heart sing, and it's just taking you away from your day-to-day grind and sort of allowing you to sort of lose yourself in a little bit of fantasy, and there's nothing wrong with that. Finally, Pluto is still sitting in Aquarius, still dipping his toe in Aquarius. It's interesting. It's going to be very, very interesting as we see Pluto move in there next year permanently for a very, very long time, that how Pluto is going to work in Aquarius, because I truly do believe Pluto is going to bring some transformation, but it's also going to bring different solutions. We're going to find solutions are going to come out of nowhere. We're going to find different ways of problem solving. We're going to have some really great breakthroughs. And it could very well be because we need solutions in the globe now to fix some of the problems like global warming and things like that, and sort of try and bring economies back under control and get inflation under control and things like that. Maybe there's going to be some think tanks that we've never seen the likes of before, that where we're going to get global solutions that, you know, once they are discovered and talked about and put into practice, we're going to say, why didn't we do that before? That's always been sitting there. We've just never utilised those skills or that technology or this information in this way. So it's going to be, I think, a very exciting era to live through. So it's interesting, as astrology always unfolds, it helps us, it guides us into our lives to where we can make sort of more informed choices. And I have a lot of times people message me and say, look, I don't quite understand what astrology can do for me. You know, I've read it in the newspaper, I've done this, I've done that. And, you know, it doesn't always mean that to me. Well, what you've got to understand, when somebody's writing a prediction or column, you know, for a newspaper or a magazine or a blog, they're trying to divide the planet into 12. And you can't just necessarily divide the whole of the planet into 12 segments. Yes, some of it will apply to some people, some of it will apply to nobody under that sign. So it's a bit of a hit and miss. If you find an astrologer that writes a daily column that resonates with you, that, you know, you get some good accuracy on, then that's the one to follow. Why do we work with astrology? Well, astrology is a little bit like taking a Polaroid photograph, and I know I'm showing my age now, but if you were to take a snapshot of the universe and where the planets are at your birth, that is what an astrology chart is, that we take that snapshot of precisely the moment that you were born. And 4 minutes in astrology can make a huge difference to a person's character and personality, because it means that the planets are still going to be in the same positions, but 4 minutes can make a difference in where the houses fall in an actual chart. So that's why if you're going to have a chart done and there's any way possible that you can get a precise birth time, it is really, really important to have a precise birth time, and then an astrologer can give you a more accurate astrology chart by doing that. And astrology is the blueprint of your life. It sort of shows your personality throughout the different stages of your life. We don't switch it all on at birth and switch it all off when we die. We work through astrology. We work through our chart. It's like a living, breathing entity throughout the areas of our life. We're going to talk with Jessica in Jacksonville in Florida. Are you there, Jessica?
Hey, yes.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Jessica?
I really just want to know, like, how, like, I really don't know. I'm kind of new to this, and I just want to, you know, have an experience.
Yeah, sure. It's just easier for me if I have a question I can answer for you, Jessica, rather than you just say, oh, well, I just want a general idea. You know, most people usually phone into the show because they've got something that's bothering them. You know, it might be a relationship question, or am I going to change my job, or am I going to move, or, you know, things along those lines. Is there something that I can help you with tonight?
Okay, yes. I want to know about my love life and how it's going to go in the future, because right now it's like very complicated, and I'm like feeling depressed, and it's not, you know, the normal stuff. It's been really toxic, and I just want to know, you know, what's going on and how to make it better.
All right. Okay, we can look at that for you, Jessica. Yeah, it's really, really interesting, because as you were sort of explaining to me what's going on in your life with your relationship, I was being shown the energy for it's got to change. It's got to change. And it doesn't necessarily mean it's got to end, but it can't stay the way that it is. It's interesting because I feel during the time of this relationship, Jessica, you've learnt so much about yourself. You've learnt about, you know, your strengths, your weaknesses, and a lot of other stuff in between. But you've also sort of learnt that you have incredible patience that I don't think you gave yourself credit for before this relationship. I don't know that I'm going to say that this relationship is right, and would I be sort of suggesting that this is the one that's going to make you happily ever after? I don't think so. But I do feel in the next 2 to 3 months there's going to be significant changes in the relationship, in as much as you'll sort of see it through different eyes. And it's whether that means that you're going to look at it and say, hang on a minute, this is not for me. I can't keep going on in this toxic situation where I'm not being recognised, I'm not being heard, none of my needs are being met, and I keep trying to jump through hoops to make you happy. I keep trying to do change and be what you keep telling me you want me to be, and once I do that, you then have a different set of rules. So it's interesting because I feel, Jessica, that there's going to be the ending of this current situation before the end of the year, and I feel next year there's going to be a new love coming into your life. Somebody that's going to be completely different from this situation. But I want to go back to the current situation and say, no matter which way this unfolds, no matter what happens from here on in, I want you to know that you've learnt so much about yourself. This has been a great learning curve. But at the same time, you've also slowly putting together the things that you don't want in a relationship, the things that are unacceptable to you. And you'll be able to sort of move on from this and sort of say to yourself, well, I did the very, very best that I could do. I tried everything humanly possible and many times over to make this situation work. I didn't just give up at the first hurdle or the 10th hurdle. I really, really, really did a lot to try and understand who I was, where I was coming from, how I was presenting things, how I was asking for my needs to be met. And, you know, you looked at certain things and you sort of, it wasn't just constantly about saying that your partner's doing the wrong thing. You know, you took on board what you needed to change as well. So you're going to walk away from this situation much, much stronger than what you were. And it's interesting because I feel the other person has learnt too, but I think both of you were so frightened to be on your own that neither one wants to be the first to say goodbye. But I think the relationship will wind down in its own sort of fashion. But from about March next year, Jessica, I can see new love coming into your life, somebody that will really treasure you, somebody that will treat you with the respect that you deserve. And you will have a completely different outlook on life to what you've got now. And you'll look back at this time in this toxic relationship and say to yourself, well, I'm glad I went through it. I don't want to do it again, but I learned so much. So that's where we're going to leave Jessica now in Jacksonville in Florida. We're going to talk with Evie in Visalia, California. Are you there, Evie?
I sure am. Thank you.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, Evie?
Yes. I'm trying to conceive. I'm 4 years old, and hoping if you're able to tell me if that's going to happen this year. And if you're not able to answer that question, anything.
All right, Evie, look, conception, birth and children and things like that are one of those sort of tricky areas that are governed by laws of countries that we're not allowed to talk about. It goes along the lines of medical and legal. But what I can tell you is that from an energetic standpoint, I do see you being blissfully happy. So, you know, there's no greater smile that comes on a woman's face than when she first holds a baby in her arms and realizes she's a mum. So I'm taking it from the energetic standpoint that you will. It's interesting because I think there's been 2 or 3 false starts here, as if, you know, there's been a couple of times that you thought you were pregnant and it didn't pan out. And it's just sort of like, it seems a cruel twist of fate, but it was almost like it was preparing you for the big event. Has there just been a change in your residence? Have you moved house, or have you just moved the furniture around?
I've upgraded. I've made changes in the house. I'm modernizing it. It looks better now.
Good. Okay. Because they were showing me that was part of the journey of this. It's sort of like, if you've done that, that's good. It's like I'm preparing everything. I'm getting ready for the big changes that are coming. I know that once you've had the opportunity to be a mum the first time, I think the second and maybe the third time won't be anywhere near as stressful or as difficult. It's just going to happen. So I certainly do see a family around you, Evie. So I want to say to you, just, you know, relax, enjoy what you're doing with the changes you're making to your home, and know that, yes, from an energetic standpoint and from, you know, all the family and friends that you've got on the other side, they're certainly sharing with me that you're going to have a family. So I think we just need to relax and just let it happen naturally. Sometimes I think it's just, we can't understand why, but, you know, it just doesn't happen in the time frame that we expected. So, you know, sometimes by busying ourselves and focusing on another project like modernising your home, takes the energy and puts it that way that then all of a sudden, before we know it, we've got a bundle of joy on the way. So I hope that's helped you, Evie. Is there something else I can help you with today, Evie? Evie?
Yes, thank you so much. Is there anything else I need to know regarding my health?
As far as your health, I think it's about learning moderation. I think you're one of these people that you keep going until you drop. You've got to learn to listen to your body's signs. If your body's telling you it's tired, it doesn't mean you're being lazy by sitting down for 5 minutes and having a cup of coffee or a glass of water or just listening to a song and just let your body recharge and then get up and go again. You tend to do things in extremes. It's like full on or full stop. It's like I want to share with you that you need to sort of start looking at things in moderation. Listen to what your body's telling you. Listen to what it's telling you that it needs to eat. You know, if all of a sudden you're craving tomatoes, there's a reason for that. The body is lacking something and it needs that. Your body will tell you when you've had enough. It doesn't mean, you know, you only eat tomatoes if that's what you're craving, but if that's what you're craving, bring a little bit more of that into your diet until all of a sudden the body is satisfied. You're a very high energy person, but at the same time, I don't think you allow yourself to stand still. You don't allow yourself to rest. And that's not necessarily good when we go at full steam ahead until we stop, until, you know, the only time you stop is when you fall asleep of a night or you get sick. You don't allow yourself that time to say, I can have a little bit of downtime. By doing that, I think that's important too. It's really hard for me to suggest to somebody, look, you know, go and learn to meditate or something. If that's not you naturally, then you're going to find that difficult. But what I can suggest you, if there's a particular song that you particularly like or a couple of songs that you like, put that on. Even if it's on your cell phone, put it on, sit down and make yourself sit down and sing along to the words and then get up. That can be your form of meditation. That's your form of relaxation. All you should do is focusing on the words to the song and bopping away to it, and that's your form of meditation. You don't necessarily have to sit there in a cross-legged position and go, and, you know, say that, you know, I'm going to do meditation for 15 or 20 minutes. That's a way of doing it, that all you're doing is allowing your mind, your body and your soul to sort of shut down and just focus on one thing. And that can be very beneficial for you because you just don't, your energy is just always on go mode. It's never really sort of allowing it time to recharge your own batteries. But I do think the next 12 months are going to be quite exciting, going to be quite interesting for you. And I feel that you're going to find that there's lots of changes coming. So just listen to what your body's telling you it needs, and everything will be fine, Evie. Everything's going to work out the way that you want it to. So that's where we're going to leave Evie. It's always difficult when you're trying to conceive a baby and things aren't happening and everybody else around you can have a baby and you seem to be the odd one out. Sometimes it's maybe just not the right time for you, and sometimes it's just not meant to be. We never know these things until we're blessed with children. Some people are meant to be parents and some aren't. And there's no right or wrong way of looking at things in life. It's just, I believe our lives are mapped out for us before we take our first breath. And that's where astrology is such a great tool, because it gives us the guidelines to be able to understand our personality and what's meant for us. And, you know, some people just aren't meant to be parents, even though they may want to. There's other ways of fulfilling that role by maybe fostering children or becoming involved in the community. So this week I want to leave you with one of my favourite songs, and it's a song that I think goes across the ages, and it's one that a lot of people sing along to, even though they may not know all the words, but it always is uplifting and makes you feel as if you're not alone. And it's Dionne Warwick singing That's What Friends Are For. And I think the world is a much, much better place because we all have some amazing friends. And I think if we all can sort of reach out and just touch somebody else in some small way, whether it's a smile, a phone call, reaching out, sending them a message, just saying hello to somebody, sometimes can be the only communication that they've had all day. Just a simple smile, a simple hello makes the world a better place. And that's what friends are for. Until next week.
Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television.
Hello everybody and welcome to Understanding Spirit. We're going to continue with our development for a few more weeks, and then I will be jumping into doing readings
for all of you. Today, I'm going to talk to you about past lives. We're going to do a very quick meditation at the end to see if you get anything. You can have a play around with it, see if you see yourself or if anything can make any sense to you. A lot of the traits that we have in our lives, in our current life, a lot of times do stem from past lives, and certainly even fears, phobias, people we don't like instantly, or people that we gravitate to instantly, can all come from past life experience. For me, when I'm doing readings, a lot of times past lives do come up. A fear that I personally have is with cruise ships. I am 100% sure that I was on the Titanic and it sunk, as we all know. And so you never want to go on a cruise with me, I suppose, because I have this fear that if I was ever on a cruise, it would sink. I stay away from them. I don't want to know about them. My husband wants to go on one, and I am determined that I'm not going to go on one. I really do need to have a look at that past life and just to understand it more. It came upon me all of a sudden. I was 40 years old. I used to love the beach, the water. I had no problem, you know, swimming out far and whatever. And all of a sudden, I just saw myself as shark bait, basically, and I had a fear of drowning and whatever. So sometimes these things do come up, and they are from past lives, especially when they haven't been a part of your life. These feelings, you know, any sense of claustrophobia or, you know, things like that that you hadn't experienced before. So they're always good to get to the bottom of. There have also been, there was a woman that I did a reading for, and when I looked into her past life, she did not want to know anything about money at all. She didn't want money in her wallet. She just, and it wasn't because for convenience. She wanted cards. She was an older lady. She just did not want to have money in this life. When I read for her, it came out that in a past life, she was an author. She had published a book that cost a lot of people their lives, and she did make a lot of money out of it. And in this life, she was just adamant. She just wanted to live a very simple, plain life with minimal luxuries, and that had come up for her. And she had also been told that in other readings with other psychic mediums as well. So she could never understand why she felt like that. So, well, obviously now she does. So it's always good to find out, you know, where we have these kind of like little odd things that we believe in, or, you know, we just don't want to move past. And if when you can understand things about yourself more and your life more, things start to make sense, and you can be more accepting of things, you know, as well. So I'll get into it's just a very small meditation. It's something you can just practice. Again, we'll be going through it quite quickly, and if you want to have a go with it, you just slow it down and you just kind of do everything in your own pace. Okay, so as usual, we will protect ourselves. So I do want you to visualize a white light wrapping around you from head to toe. And I do want you to visualize a white bubble of protective light, seeing yourself sitting in there, feeling safe and secure. And just start to relax into some deeper breathing and counting into the count of 4, breathing into the count of 4, holding to the count of 4, and breathing out to the count of 4. Breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, and breathe out to the count of 4. Breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, and breathe out to the count of 4. Breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, and breathe out to the count of 4. Last one. Breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, and breathe out to the count of 4. Just relax into your regular breath now, feeling your weight in your seat. And I want you to visualize yourself standing in front of these big brass doors. And I want you to push the door open. And you notice that the door has a protective symbol on it. And you recognize it, and it assures you that you are safe as you walk through. And as the door closes behind you, you walk down the hallway. And there are many doors on either side. You keep walking to the end. And there is another door right at the end, and it also has a protective symbol on it that allows you to feel safe and secure. And I want you now to ask your guide to take you to a past life where you were happy, and it was a life that you accomplished anything you wanted, and that you only want to receive and see things that make you feel happy and good about yourself. So I want you now to just gently push the doors open and walk into your favorite past life where you were truly happy. I want you now to just look down at your feet. Visualize your shoes. What do they look like? Start to move your gaze up your legs. What kind of clothes are you wearing? What period are your clothes in? Are you male or female? What do you look like? Remember to see, hear, sense, or feel your messages, or just have a knowing of what it is. You notice that there's a path in front of you, and you start to move along the path, and you know that this path is going to take you to your house, your home that you lived in that life. And as you see it up ahead, you move along the path with much excitement and anticipation. And as you open the door and you move inside the house, you have a great sense of familiarity to it. And I want you to look around. Do you see, is there any family there? Do you have any pets? What kind of property is it? Have a sense or a feel of what kind of job you did in that life. What age were you? As you look around, get a sense of why you loved this life. What did you learn? Did you learn a trade? Did you have a business? Did you learn soul lessons? What was it about this life that made you truly happy and content? As you start to finish observing this life, I want you to see yourself moving out of the house and starting to find your way along the path again, bringing yourself all the way back to the first door in front of the path. And as you enter through it, you find yourself back in the hallway again and the doors close behind you. Start to move along the path again. Then you get to the first door that you originally entered into. See yourself walking through that door and see the door close behind you. I want you now to look down at your feet. You're wearing your current day clothes, and you see yourself now back in your life, feeling safe, feeling happy. When you're ready, I want you to open your eyes, and this is where you can write down any of your experiences that you may have had. And just do it at your own pace, okay? When you're going through it, all the meditations are really quite basic and simple. They're designed that way when they're given to me from my guide, so that they are easy to remember and you don't have to sit there and listen to a long-winded, meditation that goes on and on. If you're connecting with spirit, you can do it quite quickly. Remember, it's whether you're seeing or you're hearing or you're sensing or feeling your messages, or you just know that you are a particular person. Everybody wants to be somebody famous. We all want to know, that we've done something like that. It's not always that way, but that's okay. You may find you are, but you might find that that's the case down the track. Today, we're just doing one as an introduction for where you had an amazing life. So it can be an uplifting experience for you. Okay, so that's something that you can keep practicing. Remember, smile. You never know who's going to need it, and be good to yourself, be good to everyone around you. Think, act and feel with your higher self, and your life will always be amazing. Take care, and I look forward to seeing all of you next week. Thank you. Bye.
Welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I am your host, Carmelan. So, look, I don't want to mumble up all my words. We're going through the confidence series where I'm learning to comfortably be myself through a healing process of my own journey. And part of that is sharing my knowledge and my experience here on the show. And you'll usually see me come with notes or, I've got things at the back of the camera, what I'm going to say. And I'm trying to veer away from that. And I'm really embracing this healing version of myself, and it's really amazing. And we are going to go into a caller today, but we touched on some happiness last week, and that it's hard work, and it really does mean making choices. And what's not working yesterday, we're able to see that and make those sacrifices and changes and that hard work so we can change, our tomorrows. And that's been a huge journey. And I don't listen to podcasts, but I listen to my own, and you've got to go back. Like, I didn't even have the confidence back then. And I have to say, I felt really incredible. Like, I listened to my drug addiction series. If you haven't watched it, go back, Google on your favorite podcast or, radio thingy, and check out my show that starts from the 8th of February and goes on till about the end of March. And I'm just so proud of myself. And it makes me wonder, I was so, and I still am, not hugely confident. I don't want to be too confident that I get carried away and start singing and dancing on the show, which I'm almost going to do. But, I'm so proud of myself that I got to that comfortability and that point. I don't like oversharing, which I do, but I was able to express my story in 8 shows of a 17-year drug addiction from an academic point of view and also a personal point of view. And I really hope it reaches people that need to hear it. So please do give a listen to it. And I want to know, what are you proud of yourself for? What courageous thing have you done, whether it was today, yesterday, 5 years ago? Go sit in that space and just be proud of yourself. You know, part of my healing journey has been, the last straw of it has been my physical health. And you know, 6 months ago in my series, I talked about being uncomfortable about my health, my weight and the health risks associated with it. I've since lost 10 kilos. Love Spotify, listen to it, and I'm busting out some dance moves. Like, my body is wanting to, it's aging and the wrinkles are starting to show, but I'm busting out dance moves I hit when I was 16. I'm almost about to listen, like I'm seriously going to hit the floor like Johnny Gill style. So that shows my age, but it is so amazing. And I think we're going to have to do a series on healing and growth, because it's, you know, I'm happy to share that part of myself after the drug addiction series. And I just thought healing is such a detrimental part of our lives. And, you know, we don't want to be set back from yesterday's worries. We want to use them as a platform or a stepping stone to, you know, live a healthier, happier, and better life for ourselves. So are we getting into a caller? Let's see. We do, perfect timing. So Darcy, and I'm not even going to say that place because I'm bad with pronouncing things. Where?